Good morning, everybody. It's 9 o'clock sharply in the morning. My name is Aleš Vlk, and I would like to welcome you here at this international conference, which is called Bioeconomy and Circular Economy. This conference is organized together by the Regional Contact Organization in South Bohemia. This is the main partner, and together with the other partners, which is Institute of Circular Economy, and also the South Bohemian Agency for Innovation. And also we would like to welcome representatives of Global Change Research Institute of Czech Academy of Sciences, which is also the main contributor to this conference. Just few technical issues at the beginning. I would like to welcome all of you, both the Czech participants as well as the foreign participants. We are glad that all of us are here. I can see that we have more than 100 participants already online, which is a great achievement, and hope that all of them are interested in the things which we will be discussing. The conference is, as you can see, unfortunately is online, and I hope we will meet somewhere in the future. I do not want to say in the near future because who knows what's going on by summer, but I hope you are all enjoying your life and you're still healthy. Originally, it was supposed to be in a present form. However, you know the situation in the Czech Republic, so we are glad that we can meet at least online. This conference will be finished by 3 o'clock. So we will have several blocks during the day. The first will be dedicated just to welcome speech very shortly at the beginning. Then we have a special block on current status of bioeconomy and circular economy in the Central Europe. We will have 3 main speakers. Then before lunch, we will have representing the projects which are regarding the current bioeconomy and circular economy. So this will be on projects. After lunch, we will go for lunch for 45 minutes, and then after lunch we will have a special panel discussion, just a discussion with our presenters, what are the main challenges in bioeconomy, and at the end we will have international best practices in bioeconomy and circular economy. So this is the beginning. I just would like to ask you, I hope you are all familiar with the Zoom things. You can either choose the speaker view or the gallery view. Whatever is better for you, and probably, as I can see, there so far has not been no technical problem, so I hope we will start. And actually it's my pleasure to welcome here also the director of the Global Change Research Institute of Czech Academy of Sciences, Michal Marek. I hope, Michal, that you are there and whether you can actually say a few words at the very beginning. So we can see that Mr. Michal Marek is not here, doesn't matter. So we will move to Ivo Moravec, but this is another thing. Unfortunately, Ivo Moravec, actually from the city of České Budějovice, got sick with the COVID. What a surprise. I hope he will do fine. And instead of Ivo Moravec, we have Michala Novotná from the South Bohemian Agency for Innovation. Misha, welcome here. Good morning. I hope you are healthy, that you are not in COVID, because you already had COVID, if I'm not mistaken. Okay.
Thank you, Aleš, for the possibility to have few words. I'm very sorry once more, and we think that everything will be okay with Mr. Moravec. And I have a short message from him. He is the deputy mayor of the city of České Budějovice, and he would like to say you a few words. The climate change has added a new responsibility to the dimension between cities and businesses. Adapting the impacts of climate change is critical to the success of cities, businesses, and local economies. Planning for this change needs similar forward thinking, and so the municipal planners, landscape architects, and civil engineers need to cooperate and co-create their plans and adapting these measures. One important approach is to adopt rules and principles of circular economy. So it means that everybody needs to take the way from take, make, and waste to the way take, make, use, and reuse. And this help us to save resources and energy. In these days, has been signed the contract for processing adaptation strategy for the climate change in the city of České Budějovice, and this strategy should be ready in 1 year. So we hope that there will be the possibility to work with the public, and we hope that you will enjoy it and tell us your plans. Very important role also are playing NGOs, and I would like to mention here one good practice from the city of České Budějovice. For example, we have here the reuse center. The reuse center started to collect used furniture around the whole city. They recycle it, repair it, and redistribute it to the people in need. They have already collected 50 tons of the furniture. They also offer to the public the possibility to use their spaces, their working labs, and to work there on their own upcycling projects. Nowadays, the company employs only the disabled people. So this activity has not just environmental but also a social impact. This example demonstrate us how to close the loop and to change the linear system to the circular system. So the city of České Budějovice is ready to support more the projects like this. Let's hope these projects will come from the adaptation strategy and it will be possible to implement them soon. Thank you for your attention, and let's hope we will cooperate in this field in the future.
Thank you very much, Misha. So that was the welcome speech. I hope that Ivo Moravec will be soon okay, despite circumstances. And now we have the blog, which will be discussing the current status of bioeconomy and circular economy in the Central Europe. So we have Sonia Jonášová from the Institute of Circular Economy. I could see that Sonia is there. Then we had Nadia Koníčková from the Technology Center of Czech Academy of Sciences. I also could see that Nadia was present. And then the third speaker would be Piotr Wieczorek. So I hope that he is also present. So actually, so we are a bit early according to the schedule. It doesn't matter at all. We can always make a short break between the blocks. So I will give the floor to Sonia Jonášová. Sonia, the floor is yours, and you will see you have the time till 9:35. So welcome, and the floor is yours. Now I cannot hear you, so we cannot hear you speaking. So can you turn on the microphone? Hopefully.
Okay.
Yes, great. Now we can.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, perfect.
And now?
Yes,
okay.
Everything is perfect.
Thank you. It was kind of like a problem, but it's no problem anymore. Thank you, and also thank you for having a bit of more time, so maybe we can use it for discussion afterwards. I prepared a short presentation which should give you a small overview about what's going on in circular bioeconomy in Czech Republic, but mainly related to activities of Institute of Circular Economy. I'll be very glad to hear some questions from you, because it's great to have such a massive audience for this topic, and I'm also very sorry that we can't meet in person, because otherwise you might be invited to Campus Hybernska or somewhere else to see some circular projects in practice, because in Campus Hybernska at the city of Prague, where We are having offices. We try to run some pilot projects in circular economy. We have a library of things. We have a place where you can repair your furniture. It's originally a big brownfield that wasn't used for dozens of years. And right now we try to kind of also combine it with the research activities that I'll be presenting today to you. What we do mainly is that we are testing and doing circular city scans and scans for regions to see what circular opportunities are popping up and how we can take them as the opportunity for making circular economy happen in Czech Republic, not just talking about acceleration, but also really bringing pilot projects into practice. And during my presentations, I'll be trying to give you an overview about the relevance of circular economy for Central region and a basic introduction for the topic, but also I'll be mentioning Czech challenges that we should really keep in mind, and we should see what's going on and how we can combine our research and know-how transfer with the guests from abroad, and where we can work together, because in Czech Republic we are facing few big problems that might be really not, I wouldn't say solved, but it would really help them to be connected with a circular bioeconomy approach. But as I mentioned before, we do few research activities about bioeconomy. So I'd like to share with you just a basic overview. And I'd like to invite you for next presentation that will be given by my colleague Pavel Zedníček, and who will be digging deeper in concrete research activities. We'll be showing you graphs and outcomes of the projects, and he'll be getting you a more understanding of the methodologies that we are using and how we combine them to get as much practical information as we can. Because for the INSEAD, it's very familiar to work with many methods that are being combined in a way to get results that can be used for creating action plans. Because what we don't do is that we don't just talk about things and trying to promote circular economy, but we are trying to be as practical as possible to bring it into the life. So I'll be having a few call to actions for you guys, because I think that there are many opportunities where we can actually work together on similar projects in your regions, in your countries, in your cities. And for us, it's very important to share know-how among other European research centers to be sure that we are moving forward and not staying in one direction just alone. And the relevance for the current state is, I guess, very clear. As was mentioned before, we can't just hold anymore the current state, which is really pretty linear, as you can see. We take things, we create a lot of materials, and we are, I would say, the first generation that is wasting so much. And the circularity gap is enormous. You can see on this graph down there that amount of cycled resources that are really brought back into economy is just 8.6%, which is not so much. And even though sometimes it's not possible to recycle and cycle everything, that would be great to be able to double this amount in upcoming decades, to be also sure that we can fight the climate change in a way that we will use whatever we have as much as we can without wasting it, which is actually producing enormous amount of CO2 as well. That I'll be discussing about it afterwards. And our current system is not as circular as we would be glad to hear about. I mean, 8.6%, it's very similar to numbers that we have in Czech Republic, and these numbers are for a whole world. And we have countries as, for example, the Netherlands that are 25%. So 1/4 of materials that are using is really being reused. And this is something that is very, very inspiring for us. And also to mention, why is it so problematic? I mean, we might say that if we have enough resources, we can kind of afford it. We can just make and dispose. But it's not like that. We are facing enormous environmental degradation. you can see that among many global megatrends, it's being mentioned that the climate change and resource security is going hand by hand, and we should really make a circular economy as an integrated system in between everything we do. And it's also, that's why it's important part of European Green Deal. But right now, discussing with you guys after pandemics, I can see that the job security is another problem. And you might know that if you compare landfilling together with recycling, you see that job creation for a certain amount of waste being landfilled is one position for, let's say, 10 tons of materials or any amount of material. And in the recycling sector, it's 20 times more. It's creating new opportunities with every single circle where you're bringing material back into system, you're creating new opportunities. And I still remember article that was published 1 week ago by Mr. Beran saying that we are the first generation that is actually wasting so much. And it's bringing us to the question that if we see, if we look to the past and we see what was the cause of the end of many civilization, it was not ability to use everything they had, like the materials and everything, and we are having whatever we want, but we are not able to hold it within the system, and it's lacking. It's a part of pollution, but it's also part of big environmental problem, which is waste management. It's the first time in history we are facing such an enormous problem that it's being implemented in the policy and legislation as right now, like a part of a Green Deal. A circular economy is one of the very important pillars. And at the same time, which is, I would say, very positive, we can say the circular economy scenario might bring us to the point that there is a great potential that through the circular economy principles and reusing materials, reusing them back into the system, we can actually lower emissions from the industry. And why I'm mentioning the industry, it's important to say that the Czech Republic right now is the second biggest industrial country in the European Union. And you can imagine by yourself, there are many opportunities for industrial symbiosis. There might be certain materials from energetic processes used in the building sector, which is not happening right now, and it's an enormous amount of lost materials. So that's why we are trying to open this topic and bringing concrete cases to see what can be done and how we can Green Deal in general see as a great opportunity. Because right now Czech Republic has already reached the 2 degrees of Celsius in a way that we consume too much, I would say. And it's an enormous opportunity and also problem. And I think that we should take all these things together and we should look at our system from bigger perspective. And as was mentioned about the city of Budějovice, I think it's great opportunity to right now to see and to write strategic proposals in a way that climate changes and mitigation of climate changes will go hand by hand with circular economy, which can together create jobs. It can keep materials into industrial and natural cycles, but it can really together bring many opportunities for concrete regions, for concrete cities, and that's what I'll be talking about as well. The circular economy right now, it's a system that is trying to keep the value by reusing, recycling, and as was mentioned in Budějovice, even sometimes remanufacturing things and repairing them to keep them circulating within the society. And of course, the goal is to eliminate the waste. But right now, today, at this conference that I'm really grateful for, even though it's online, but thanks to that, we can have also partners from different countries to discuss about circular economy and bioeconomy. Right now, we are discussing mainly about agriculture, forestry, and I would say biological cycles. In circular economy, very often we discuss about technical cycles, and biological ones. And today we see, and I hope that we'll be looking for solutions, how to really keep them closed and how to give them opportunity to be brought back to the system. And very shortly about the INSEAD, importantly to mention that whatever we do is to aim to keep our economic and like social growth within the planetary boundaries, that it's not really happening right now. And also how we do that, not just through research, it will be presenting together with my colleague today, but we try to connect to facilitate a dialogue among different stakeholders from totally different perspectives, and also to inform public and our governmental organizations about what's going on through the research, to bring data and to have database discussions about things that can really cause a systemic change, which is our like main goal, I would say. And how we do so, we have many courses at INSEAD Academy. We do a research and consultancy, but also if it's needed, we run think tank activities to open new topics. For example, in forestry, it will be really needed to see what we can do with Bartleby calamity. And once we have good action plan, we try to support it and get it to the legislation. And concretely, in the bioeconomy and the research that is done by INSEAD, it's getting from challenges that we are facing right now. And you might know that Czech Republic is still landfilling half of our waste, which is an enormous amount. The average in European Union is 25%, and it's still too much. We have countries as Austria and Netherlands that is landfilling just 1%, and we are still having half of our materials and resources being landfilled. And together with that, right now, we are facing huge Bartleby calamity. I can tell you from my practical experiences that my family is owning just few hectares of the forest, but every single weekend we are spending time to get the calamity managed, I would say, and to be able that we will have time to plant new trees. So we will cover the soil and we will still try to keep the forest as it was, or at least to prepare it for next generation. But what's the reason why we decided to work on this topic in our research was the question, what will be done with the wood that we are harvesting in such an enormous amount? And right now, after 2 years, and we are just finalizing the action plan, we see that, and we were believing that the government will take over and that we will have a really bulletproof strategy, what to do with the wood, how to keep it for next years, how to keep it for building sector, for energy sector. And we are selling it mainly to China, as we did with the plastic, not really having any strategy what to do with that. And we are already having a lack of materials in particular sectors in Czech Republic, which is really combining two opposite schemes. And it's showing us that we are not still able to do fast strategies and to work together. So that's why we are aiming to set up concrete discussions and roundtables to discuss it in more details. Sorry guys. And okay, so I'm back. So what I see as a big problem is also the erosion of land, which is the third problem that I would like to mention here after landfilling and after forest calamities due to Bartleby calamity, and also the erosion that we are facing. And still, we are having such opportunity as a combining circular economy and bio-based economy, and see how we can set up a concrete cases where we can actually provide good environment for new spin-off startups and new sustainable resource efficient valorization of biomass. So this is something that we see as a great opportunity, and that's why we've done a project that was combining many methods at the same time. It was going from firstly choosing the topic, because part of our topic was not to just elaborate on bioeconomy, but at the beginning, 2 years ago, we were having discussion, what topic is not covered in circular economy, which is not being discussed enough. And the outcome of stakeholder analysis within Czech stakeholders involved in circular economy, you can still see it, right? Yeah. I can see that still we are having many opportunities to really discuss it with new stakeholders, to bring them around one table, to see what's going on through material flow analysis, but also to see why it's not happening in circular economy, what are barriers for really closing the loops. And that's why we choose just 2 concrete cases, and that's, as I mentioned before, based on problems that we are facing. We were looking in more details into forestry, really going through the current situation, really going through all the barriers that we have right now. I mean, for example, in the political barriers that we are facing is a huge a gap, I would say, between different ministries and departments that are not really talking to each other, and which is actually needed, and it's necessary for facing the problem right now. And we set up a few solutions that will be also mentioned by my colleague. But what I think is the most important phase that will be happening in May, that we will be trying to set up a concrete, short, but powerful action plans for the government to tell them what to do. You might see that pandemic is all around us, but I think that there are another challenges going on right now. And the same we did with the agriculture. This is exactly what Pavel will be discussing in more details. And we also showed how concrete farms and concrete cases can work in a way that it will be closing the loop, having kind of interdisciplinary approach with other sectors. And I would say that Farma Choťovice, that we can sometimes in the future have an excursion there and see how biological loops are being closed, and how the company and the farm is being self-sufficient together with really good management, focusing on innovations, which is all still bringing opportunity to fill the Green Deal and also farm to fork strategy in a way that it will be bringing opportunities. And the last part of my presentation is to bring you a different point of view, I would say, in bioeconomic, because it's something which is also related to our job that I would like to share with you, but very shortly. And if you'll be interested in more details, I can always send you, for example, the Circular City Scan is available online to be downloaded with every single detail about the strategy. But this project is, even though it's part of our previous project supported by the Technological Agency of Czech Republic, it's very connected to the second one that is about bioeconomy. But this one was about testing methodology for circular scanning for cities, and it has 3 phases. The first one, which is very similar to the previous one, but first we also try to understand what's going on within the city. Secondly, we measure the material flows, and thirdly, we prepare those action plans that can be really taken into consideration and that can be put in practice very fastly to show to local participants that the circular economy is having concrete results. And this is one part of the process, that we are having many roundtables, discussions, discussing what is technologically, economically, socially viable, what can be done, what can be really, I would say, what can bring to the city concrete cases, concrete jobs, concrete opportunities that can really lower amount of waste. And this is part of the job that we've done with the colleagues from the Netherlands, from Circular Economy, with who we were working to test the methodology for the scanning. By why I choose just a really specific part of the project is because when we were doing scanning for material flows within the households, and we did the same for building sector and for waste and water sectors as well. But concretely in this household section, we've realized that there is an enormous amount of materials of biomass. So again, talking about bioeconomy, that is being discarded as waste per year by households. And this was something that was really interesting, and as well furniture and other materials. So this is also connected to the project that we're mentioning in České Budějovice, the importance of reuse centers that we were discussing afterwards. But what was interesting, because it's not being separated and it's part of mixed communal waste, it goes directly to waste incineration without being used and treated as a bio-waste should be in composting facilities or biogas stations. So together with the partners, and it's a real picture from our workshops, we were discussing opportunities for a biogas station within the city of Prague. We've realized that there are already some strategies to work with this material. Right now, there are some pilot projects going on, and we are testing how much of material can be really separated and used again. And for me, importantly, is to say that people are willing to separate if they see that it will be treated around the city and it can provide, for example, energy for the for another sectors. So based on circular scanning, and it's really short, deep, deep dive. It's not about providing you the whole scenario and explaining what was the methodology about, but I wanted to show with you that it's really the biomass and bioeconomy is connected to many other strategies and projects that we are working on within the INCN in general. And as you see, one of the priorities was to really set up a bio-CNG usage from organic waste. And this is where you can see the closed loop system that we were designing for the city, trying to explain where the waste can be taken from, how it can be collected, how it can be used, and how it can be used again within the system as a CNG, for example, for public transportation, or how it can be it's this low or small circle, but how it can be brought back to the farmers, because Prague is already having many projects and discussions how farmers can really help to close the loop. So this was something that was really important to us. And also what was very, very great to have, and what I would really support you doing so, is to having a pilot projects that we do in last 6 years. We've done many pilot projects in dozens of municipalities, from home composting to new innovative ways of waste separation. But also what we've done, we did a very specific project, a pilot project where we were using bio-CNG from sewage sludge in Brno, in the city of Brno, together with partners. We've set up a concrete pilot where we were collecting a biogas from sewage sludge and using it for the city transportation. It was 3 months project with concrete results, and based on that, there are other developments going on in Brno. And our purpose was to show that it's possible really to close the loop, and without creating a bio-CNG just for energy to use it for public transportation, but also for us was very important to show it in practice, because in Czech Republic we were very often just discussing about the cases, but not really having those by ourselves. And this is a picture from the project, and this is my colleague Peter, who was responsible for the setting up the whole consortium and discussing how it can be done. But why I'm mentioning this together with explaining you what we did in Prague, this was really specific moment when we could get our own data from our own pilot projects to be used for the action plan in Prague, to support it in a way that we were showing that it's doable, it's actually working, and they do not have to be afraid of it. So right now, I can really tell you that any kind of pilot projects can really help, not just to set up new projects for other cities, but it's also helping to change the legislation that we've done as well. And if you remember, I was mentioning that we do a part of watchdog activities, and together with our colleagues, we've realized that in Czech Republic, we have more than 500 biogas stations, but just like 8 of them are actually treating bio waste. Others are using primary production from agriculture. And that was the reason why we were trying to show them that it's much better to use the materials that are going to landfill or to incinerators instead of the biomass of first generation. And I'm sure that you know exactly what I'm talking about. And what was also important, and that we don't do it very often, we've sent the proposal to the Ion Energy Globe that we won for the project, and it was actually helping a lot to promote the project in general, because it was obvious that it's not, I would say, fake or just PR for the whole concept, but it was actually working very well. And as you might see at the end, City of Prague, together with Vice Mayor Mr. Hlubuček, and together with my colleagues, were going to Norway to excursions to see how it goes in practice. And right now the pilot projects, it's much more closer to reality thanks to these practical experiences. So to just give you an overview what INCN is doing, from research to pilot projects to sometimes think tank activities, to see how we can cope with the current challenges, but to also bring it into as practical projects as possible. And I would like to leave you leave you with open minds for the rest of today's conference, that we have to always consider every waste as a resource, and we should try to localize whatever we do in regions where we can find a symbiosis between industries, agriculture, forestry, cities, and any other new strategy should really focus on making symbiosis within the regions, not focusing on one specific topic, but bringing stakeholders together. And if you are working on any projects regarding to circular economy and bioeconomy, let us know. We'll be happy to share with you whatever we have regarding to the topic to help you with the research, because we always work with the principles of responsible research and innovation, and we believe that open access and open sharing can really help us to solve this situation. So thank you very much for your attention. I'm glad that I had a few minutes more for the presentation, so I could go in more details, and I'm open for discussion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Sonia. I am afraid, because you took all your time for the presentation. In this time, we don't have time for the discussion, for any further question. Maybe any of you can use the chat or question and answer. And also Sonia will be participating in the afternoon panel, so we can keep some question and comments for the afternoon. Or actually, there will be some. Oh, I'm sorry. It will be Dasha from your institute who will be in the afternoon. So if you have some question or comments, please put it into the chat or in the question and answers. And I will go to the next speaker. And thank you very much for your very interesting presentation. It was a great opening for this conference. We have been also solving some technical issues, and now I can see that we have 143 participants in this conference, which is a great number. So I can see that the people actually joined the conference, because some people were trying to get in, and so I think that they are already in, which is good news. So now I would like to ask Nadia Koničková from the Technology Center of the Czech Academy of Sciences just to tell us something about Horizon Europe, the Green Deal, and how is bioeconomy and circular economy actually implemented or included in this European research area. So Nadia, welcome here, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction, and good morning, everybody. Technology Center of the Czech Academy of Sciences is the national contact organization for Horizon Europe, and is providing services of the national contact points for this program. In my presentation, I would like to introduce opportunities for funding bioeconomy and circular economy in the Horizon Europe program, which was launched just in January this year, and the program will last until 2027. The overall budget of Horizon Europe is more than 95 billion euros, so it's a significant amount of money, and this money should be well used for innovation research and innovation projects. Here you see the structure of Horizon Europe. I will not describe it in detail, just I would like to say that the bioeconomy is included in so-called Cluster 6 with a long title, Food, Bioeconomy, Natural Resources, Agriculture and Environment. This Cluster 6 is included in the second pillar of the program, focused on global challenges and the European industrial competitiveness. In this pillar, the calls for proposals are based on the 2 years work programs containing concrete topics which are called. There will be also opportunities for funding bioeconomy, circular economy in other pillars of the work program where the calls are more bottom up. It means there are no predefined topics. Concept of the circular economy, bioeconomy, and economy based on use of biological resources from land, oceans, and inland waters will open new opportunities to better manage natural resources for the benefit of society. For this area in Horizon Europe, there is more or less 10 billion euro allocated. Well, research and innovation in the cluster 6 should contribute to the achievement of goals of the key European and global strategies and policies. Some of them are listed here on the slide. Among the UN, United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, there are, for example, zero hunger, good health and well-being, clean water, responsible consumption and production on climate actions. Activities in Cluster 6 will contribute to accelerating the ecological transition required by the European Green Deal. Research and innovation will support also the objectives of the EU Biodiversity Strategy for 2030 or the Circular Economy Action Plan, Bioeconomy Strategy, and many others. The work program for the cluster 6 is for 2 years, as I have already mentioned, and is based on the strategic plan for Horizon Europe. By the way, this strategic plan was made publicly available just yesterday. The work program reflects the need for the transformation of European economy and society towards sustainable development, reducing the degradation of environment and decline of biodiversity. There are 6 key impacts which should be achieved. Among them, you see, for example, circular management and use of natural resources and bioeconomy development, or sustainable development of rural, coastal and urban areas. To achieve those key impacts, 7 destinations have been defined with concrete topics, and in each destination there will be one call for proposal. The call should be open in mid-April, but this is an indicative date, 15 April. We will see what will be the reality. And in 2021, there will be only one stage calls. It means full proposal must be submitted. For 2022, also 2 stage calls are foreseen, so it will be later. Well, call topics and work programs will be available on the funding and tender opportunities portal of the European Commission, but we NCP have already prepared a table with calls and topics for easier orientation. This table is available on the newly launched National Horizon Europe portal. When the calls will be officially published, we will make links directly to the European Union portal. So this is maybe for easier orientation of potential proposals already available. Well, I will go briefly through individual calls, destination. The first destination aimed at the biodiversity and ecosystem restoration and protection. This destination includes land, freshwater, as well as sea ecosystems. So in 2021, there will be budget 218.5 million euro for this area. The deadline expected is early September, and there will be 22 topics, mainly research and innovation actions. Among the topics, there will be also one co-funded European partnership for biodiversity protection and restoration. And this partnership will be an opportunity to coordinate research programs of EU member states and states associated to the Horizon Europe and implement a joint research and innovation agenda. Topics in 2021 will support, for example, global initiatives in genome sequencing and DNA barcoding of endangered species, or impact of anthropogenic and environmental stressors on biodiversity, marine and coastal biodiversity. Further developed will be a concept of nature-based solution, and research will focus also on sustainable farming, agroecosystems, crop breeding for organic farming, or protection and management of forest genetic resources in the context of climate change. The second destination in the work program will focus on sustainable and environmentally friendly agriculture, fisheries, and aquaculture in the production chain from farm to fork, as well production of healthy and quality food. In this call, there will be 18 topics, again, mainly research and innovation actions, and the planned budget here is 175 million euro. Supported research areas include, for example, scenarios for boosting organic farming and aquaculture, developing sustainable crop protein systems for human and animal nutrition. An important topic is also a digitalization in agroecological farming systems. Also, plant health and animal health and welfare will be addressed, and food safety and quality issues, healthy diets, and zero food waste. Two topics will address specifically collaboration with Africa and collaboration with China. The third destination in the work program will contribute to the development of circular economy and bioeconomy sectors. Transition to circular economy will result in production of less waste and to longer lifetime of products and materials. New solutions will be applied in various sectors of economy and in various different regions. This destination will be complementary to the goals of the new European partnership, Circular Bio-Based Europe, which is a follow-up of the joint European undertaking, Bio-Based Industries. Also in this area, there will be one stage call. The budget here is 93 million euro. And here we have mainly innovation actions foreseen. It means that the proposed solutions will be at higher technology readiness levels. Activities in this area will deliver systemic solution for circular cities and region initiative. And among supported areas, there will be innovative solution to overpackaging and single-use plastics or novel non-plant biomass feedstock for industrial applications. Another topics will be, for example, microbiomes for bio-based innovations and environmental application. Small-scale bio-based solution in European rural areas will be mainstreamed as well, and focus will be also on unlocking potential of algae for blue bioeconomy. Destination 4 will address clean environment as anthropogenic pollution affects natural resources essential for human life, and in line with objective of the European Green Deal, particularly its zero pollution ambition and the 2030 climate target plan destination 4 seeks to halt and prevent pollution. The work program here focus on fresh and marine waters, soils, air, as well as on the environmental performance and sustainability of processes in the bio-based systems. 10 topics will be open in 2021, supported by 65 million euro. Activities will focus, for example, on nitrogen and phosphorus load reduction, or optimization of nutrient management in primary production, preventing and managing pollution in urban waters. Another topic addressed will be, for example, environmental sustainability criteria for biological feedstock production and trade in bio-based systems, or increasing the environmental performance of industrial processes in bio-based sectors like construction, woodworking, textiles, pulp and paper, or biochemical. Also topics for improved bioremediation and revitalization strategies for soils, sediments, and water are expected, and many others. Then destination 5 will support activities related to assessing the impacts of climate change on our land and marine environments, natural resources, agriculture, and food systems, and identifying mitigation and adaptation options. Here, the EU contribution will be 108 million euro, and this contribution will cover 10 topics open in 2021. The research and innovation activities here will focus on monitoring of water resources and their availability, also on polar processes driving climate change. Funded also will be a pilot network of farms for climate smart farming and agroecological approaches for climate change mitigation, resilient livestock farming, and many others. Also here there is one topic specifically open for EU-China international collaboration, and this one is on increasing the resilience of forest. Then the destination 6 will support interdisciplinary research and innovation with strong social and behavioral sciences dimension. Proposals for topics under this destination should set out a credible way to contributing to resilient, inclusive, healthy, and green rural, coastal, and urban communities. Only 6 topics will be funded here in 2021, and those topics will be supported by 52 million euro. Among the topics, there are, for example, smart digital solutions for remote farming, forestry, and rural areas, or integrated urban food systems policies, and some others. The last destination in the work program is innovative governance, environmental observations, and digital solutions in support of the Green Deal. Here, the research and innovation activities aim at experimenting with new ways to govern the transition process and modernizing the governance, in particular by making information and knowledge available and accessible. Innovative governance models will take advantage of the use, uptake, and exploitation of environmental observation as well as digital solutions. Topics under this destination will have impacts in the following areas: climate change mitigation, adaptation, clean and healthy air, water, and soil, sustainable food system, nutrition security, and some others. Here, the table summarizes budget allocated to the calls in 2021, as well as instruments which will be used. The overall budget for the first calls is 895 million euro, and the highest amount will be allocated to the first and the last, the 7th destination. Altogether, almost 450, concretely 49 research and innovation actions will be funded, 18 innovation actions, 30 coordination and support actions, and 2 co-funded European partnership. I would like also to mention here the new element in Horizon Europe, which are missions. Missions are portfolio of actions across disciplines with ambitious, measurable goals. It's expected that missions will have higher significant impact on science, technology and society than the individual projects. Mission will be implemented in 5 areas proposed by the expert groups, and the goals of the mission should be achieved by 2030. So 2 missions are closely linked to the cluster 6. This is soil health and food, and another one, healthy ocean, seas, coastal and inland waters. Missions will have their own work programs and will be implemented in synergy with clusters and with other Horizon Europe pillars. Another new feature or newly defined feature in Horizon Europe are European partnerships. European partnerships bring the European Commission and private or public partners together to address some of the Europe's most pressing challenges. They are a key implementation tool of Horizon Europe and will contribute significantly to achieving European Union's political priorities. The goal of the European partnerships is to better coordinate research programs of EU member states and associated countries, to define joint activities, for example, joint calls for proposals or mobility programs, which will be co-funded by Horizon Europe program. The portfolio of European partnerships includes 49 candidates, and in Horizon Europe there will be 3 types of partnerships. I will not explain those types in details, but what is good to know that 8 out of these 49 newly defined European partnerships will be closely linked to the cluster 6, and they will be launched gradually in 2021. 2 of them will be prepared, one in the area of monitoring, preservation and restoration of biodiversity and ecosystems, and the second one in the area of water resources protection and prevention of water pollution. Among the institutionalized partnership which have their own legislative procedure, they will be a follow-up of the joint undertaking Bio-based Europe, a new partnership called Circular Bio-based Europe. And this partnership will increase the sustainability and circularity of production and consumption systems in line with the European Green Deal. So this is very briefly an information about what is expected now in Horizon Europe. And if you are interested in particular area of the work program or interested in a concrete topics, you can always contact me or my colleague Jana Čejková, and we can provide you more detailed information and the call text. I would like also to mention that an official European Commission Info Day is planned at the end of May, and linked to this Info Day, there will be also an international brokerage event to facilitate creation of partnerships for the new call, and the Technology Center this year will be the main organizer of this brokerage event jointly with colleagues from Poland and Italy. So if you need more information, you are always welcome to send me an email or to call. Thank you very much.
Nadia, thank you very much for your presentation and also for keeping the time almost precisely. So Just to let you know that all the presentations, all the PowerPoint presentation will be available to all of you. So the first one, the second one, actually all from the conference. And at the same time, you also have to, you can actually see the thing, because we are recording this event. So you will see the video from this conference. So don't worry, you will not miss any of the information which you have just heard. So we heard what's going on in the Czech Republic from Sonia. Now we also went to the European Union, what will be supported regarding bioeconomy and circular economy on the European level. And now we would go to Poland, and I would welcome Piotr Wieczorek, and his presentation is called Current Status of Circular Bioeconomy from the View of Manufacturing Industry in Poland. So Piotr, the floor is yours. You are more than welcome. And now we have time till 10:15. So if you are here, please, I will give you the floor.
Hello, or ahoy, dobry den. It's a great pleasure to be here. And I hope that I will not destroy the schedule. I will start to share my screen, and I hope that you will be able to see it in a full screen mode.
Yes, we see it. And also, if you are just approaching the time, I will just make one small, so you know it's 10:15, okay?
Okay. I'm lucky enough that some people before me put some general introductions, so I will save time with skipping some definitions or, let's say, less interesting aspects. As Aleš told you before, I will bring some information about the status of the bioeconomy from the view of manufacturing industry in Poland. However, I will bring some more details about the Mazovian region, the capital region of Poland, which is probably the region that a lot of things are now currently going on. The global trends, we need to research and development, stimulating innovation and competitiveness, also develop the smart economic specializations, the climate changes, the circular economy, and protection of natural sources. And what we can say that bioeconomy is a clear response to a new trends in the world. This is probably the one of the aspects from the policies, so I will just skip this and these definitions because you probably all know this very well. In Polish conditions, we clearly must say that the bioeconomy in Poland is still at the development stage. As Sona, I hope I spelled it correctly, mentioned before, we have actually the same problem as you in the Czech Republic, because we have a lot of government bodies, a lot of persons that, well, they do not talk with each other at the level that they should. But we have some documents implemented in the recent years or even recent months. There are the Polish name of it. I'm not a clear fan of translating it in the most strict way, but general, as you may suspect, it's like strategy of development, a strategy of sustainable development for agriculture, fishery, etc., etc. The strategy of innovating and effectiveness economy. The energy security and sustainable and protection of the environment, the strategy for, let's say, responsible evolution or something like this, and also the list of national smart specialization, that's Krajowe Inteligentne Specjalizacje, was recently updated or is recently under updating process just to fit more the bioeconomy aspects. Now let's be slightly more focused on the Mazovia. We have some general strategy or vision named Innovative Mazovia, and the self-government of Mazowieckie Voivodeship pursues a development policy aiming at ensuring a sustainable development, maintaining social, economic, territorial cohesion, increasing the competitiveness of the region's economy, and creating new jobs. And now, recently updated document is the development strategy of the Mazowieckie Voivodeship until 2030, shortly named Innovative Mazovia. And there are 6 areas of activity. However, the space and transport, the environment, energy and culture and heritage is, let's say, the most important for us. However, the industry in production is, we should not forget also about this. The priority strategic goal is the development of export-oriented production of the industry of advanced and intermediate technologies, as well as industry and agri-food processing. Okay, the strategic objectives for Mazovia is to increase the region competitiveness through the development of economic activity and the transfer of use of new technologies, improving the accessibility and the real cohesion of the regions and shaping the spatial order, and improving the quality of life and using human and social capital to create a modern economy. At the end of my presentation, I will try to bring you some information about the, let's say, state aid or government aid to improve the bioeconomy, the bioindustry, because we still have some barriers, but a lot of programs are currently launched or to be announced soon. So we hope that this will improve our bioeconomical status. So the framework strategic goal in this program is providing the economy with diversified energy supply with sustainable management of environmental resources and using the potential of culture and cultural heritage as well as the values of the natural environment for the economic development of the region and improvement of the quality of life. Activities related to the bioeconomy, the more important ones, are the creating conditions for generating and absorbing innovations, production development, creating favorable conditions for investors and entrepreneurs, supporting the creation and development of production enterprises, creating conditions for increasing non-agricultural investment. And here is mainly the agri-food industry, using the strengthening of the regional specialization. As I mentioned before, we have national intelligence specializations, but also the regional intelligence specializations, and supporting the development of new technologies, in particular biotechnology and biomedicine, nanotechnology, photonics, optoelectronics, information and communication technologies, and space technologies, strengthening the development and absorption of potential areas. The space technologies may be a little bit surprising for you, but we have even the Polish Space Agency, which is a member of the European Space Agency, and there is some part of things happening in this. Okay, development of forms of transport that are friendly to the environment and inhabitants. And this is happening especially in Warsaw, when the ZTM, the Warsaw Transport Organization clearly has significant amount of electric bus. They also have some CNG and LNG buses. And some time ago that they made a clear announcement that they won't buy any bus, the ICE buses. The minimum requirements is to get the hybrid ones, but the most important is to get the CNG, LNG ones, or even the electric. They launched their own charging station systems. So these forms of transport are really going on. This is happening. Development of science disciplines is a priority for the region. Diversification of the energy sources and effective use, and supporting the development of ecological and industry eco-innovation, ensuring permanent and sustainable development of maintaining high values of the environment, modernization of expansion of local energy networks and improvement of transmission infrastructure, improvement of water quality, but also the air quality. The clean air program is something big and something a lot of happening in Poland right here and right now. And finally, production of energy from renewable energy sources, which I will be more focused at the end. Okay, just bring some general information. The Mazowieckie Voivodeship is the largest voivodeship in Poland, both in terms of area and the population. Have some numbers, which is not necessary to read. According to, we have two NUTS level. The NUTS is for Warsaw only, and it's general, and for the rest of Mazovia. It's the most dynamically developing region from Poland with enormous economic potential. The economy is very diverse. We have a lot of different sectors ranging from agricultural and food processing to the traditional industry, or even the most advanced technology. The bioeconomy challenge for the Mazowieckie Voivodeship for now is preventing the food waste, reducing the mass of mixed of municipal waste in favor of the mass of waste collected selectively. And there were some ideas for pilots in this way, but we have some unexpected delays in this, so I cannot tell you that this is already happening, but we still think that it will happen in the very, very near future. Reducing the mass of waste sent for landfilling, increasing the mass of recovered secondary raw materials from municipal waste and waste obtained in the recycling process, and construction of new biogas, biomethane plants. This is also happening, but we have some, I will tell about it a little bit more later. We have some significant skepticism in the local communities against the biogas and biomethane plants, which I make suspect also happens in Czech Republic or anywhere else. Okay, about the main identified bioeconomy challenges is construction and extension of composting plants for green waste and other biowaste, introducing the principles of circular economy, supporting the development of the ecological industry and eco-innovations, further development, production from renewable energy sources, and let's say building general, just to skip it and make it shortly, building a social acceptance. We are lucky enough that more and more part of society are accepting the necessity to green economy. They are willingly wanted to pay more for more greener products, but as well as many companies that are turning green on their own purposes. They find it very important. So we hope that the strategy hopes that Mazovia will become a region with significant share of use of biomass in the development of the cultural economy. That will be developing in accordance with the principles of sustainable development, in which innovative bioeconomy technologies and related industry will be developed, enabling the increase of bioeconomy efficiency, but also economic competitive with environmentally conscious society. Strategy goals is the efficient management of resources of the principles. I will try to skip a little bit because as far as I noticed, I have some between 5 or 6 minutes. The Mazovia is willing to contribution to the implementation of the climate policy, strengthening the research potential of scientific units and development of cooperation, business, science, environment relations, and shaping and promoting pro-health behavior of consumers. Factor, increase of demand of high quality products, increase of consumer awareness. As I mentioned, this is happening. Modernization of agricultural, storage, trade, industry, and the service sector, preserving biodiversity and developing of the natural resource base. Tremendous opportunities to open a new health food market. This is also happening a lot in a lot of areas. The possibility of building a profiled food market based on nutrigenomics, and increase of social awarenesses of healthy eating and proper diet. The second part of the factors, the possibility of building a specialty in the field of biodegradable polymers, growing possibilities of using the bioprocess as alternative to traditional chemical methods, opportunities to valorize bio-based waste towards a valuable input material for the bioeconomy sector, expanding the existing range of applications of wood materials and products, creating new composites, and constructing of biorefineries, closing and optimizing value chains in agricultural processing, as well, which is the last but not least, scientific potential of universities and institutes. We have also identified some clear threats to the development. This is lack of bioeconomy development strategy. Once again, I will go back to Sona and her important sentences. There's a lot of people that do not talk with each other at the point that we should expect from them. Low social awareness. We have some in Poland and in Mazovia. We have some significant social skepticism. A lot of people are protesting against new plants. Not only biomethane, bio wastes, but also with some pyrolysis, thermolysis plants that were planned, but the resistance of local community prevented or stopped it even. We have also scattered legal regulations. We should expect, or we must expect, more friendly political will and more friendly political environment to launch new plants and new technologies. Non-socially acceptable cost increased following the large-scale introduction of the bioeconomy. We have a lot of economically sensitive clients or customers or citizens that they're not will to pay even, let's say, a Polish zloty or euro cent more for the greener energy, and too slow technology transfer. Also, suspended readiness to make necessary changes in the system, both legal, fiscal, financial, administrative, insufficient transdisciplinary approach to new solutions in fight against climate change. Also in science, there are some problems with people not talking with each other at the point that we should expect from them. Difficulties in financing projects from selected industry scopes related to the unstable legal environment. A large part of the company industries legally depend on short or medium term European policy. The EC expectations for the bioeconomy technologies were clearly presented by Nada, so I will just skip this and I will go to the support programs. I named it as Biochance for Industry Agriculture because a lot of things, a lot of programs from the state aid is happening in Poland right here and right now. At first is the Energy Plus or Energy, yeah, that's the current translation of the program. The objective is reducing the negative impact of the enterprises of the environment, including improvement of air quality by supporting investment projects. And here you can get the loan or subsidy, and it's for the interpreters. The next one, very important, is the New Energy, which is still active program. It's increasing the level of innovation in the economy by supporting the implementation of projects in the field of modern energy technologies aimed at the development of zero-emission energy, zero-emission industry. The first call of proposals in the thematic object is in the production, transport, storage, and use of hydrogen also. Currently, we have the Polish hydrogen strategy launched into the public consultations. I did not put it into my slide, but I hope that it will be put into effect shortly. So the forms of co-financing is loan on, but on very preferential terms, less often on the market terms. It's also for interpreters. We have also agro-energy, that this is dedicated for natural persons who are owner of tenant and agricultural or agricultural real estate. And the main goal is to increase the production of energy from renewable sources in the agricultural sectors. But here mostly you can get the money for photovoltaic installations, wind farms and heat pumps to meet your own energy expectations. Also My Power, we have 2 editions complete. The third one is to be announced soon. This is for private person to launch your own mini photovoltaic installations when you can get even up to 50% of allowable costs. That's approximately 1,200 euros for one project. However, this is the state aid, but here you have some also local aid which you can combine and get approximately even to more than 2,000 euros per your own photovoltaic installations. The next one, very important program, is the Clean Air program. This is general. As you can see here, you have some more subsidies to improve the air quality and reduce the greenhouse gas emissions by replacing heat sources. And in the very first editions of the program, you may get even to 90 or 95% of subsidy when you get rid of your, let's say, all type of coal heating in your house. Now with the next programs, the level of state decreases. Just give me a few minutes. Just give me no more than 1 minute. I have only 2 or 3 slides. Thermomodernization benefit. This is also for private persons. But if you combine the switching the heat source with thermomodernization of your house, you can get approximately even to 12,000 euros or close to 12,000 euros in tax benefits, putting up to into 3 or up to 5 years. So this is a huge benefit for people who want to decrease the energy consumption in their house and automatically turn into clean air or clean heating in their houses, because you cannot get money for a new coal system. You can only get money if you get the gas system, the heat pump, or anything else. Okay, the last, the Geothermy Plus is for the interpreters, when you can loan of subsidy for using the geothermal resources in Poland. However, we still have a lot of things to do in the aspects of decreasing the residual emissions by eliminating bad quality fuels, because, for example, you have lack of standards for pellet fuels, and we have huge social skepticism about new biogas plants and very complicated law procedures with launching, for example, waste treatment plants, like I mentioned before, like, for example, pyrolysis or thermolysis process to consume the waste plastics and turn them into some valuable fractions. Thank you very much. That's all from me. Okay, I'll stop sharing my screen. I'm only 2 minutes behind the schedule.
Okay, 2 minutes. It's great still, Piotr. Thank you very much. And also we will welcome you during the discussion after the lunch, so we can have some issues raised during that afternoon discussion. So now we go to the second block, which will be presenting current bioeconomy and circular economy projects. So we have 15 minutes for each of the project. And I would like to welcome directly Eva Cudlinová from the University of South Bohemia in České Budějovice. So Eva, you can please share your presentation and start. The floor is yours. So Eva, welcome.
Okay, thanks for the opportunity to present just ending project. It's a European project titled Power for Bio as a nickname, and I'd like to start my presentation with a short overview by a short movie, as I was yeah. Aha, a to nejde s tím. No, ahoj Hani, Eva, já to mám bez zvuku, to video. Jo, Taky bez zvuku, takže to je moc špatný, no to je na nic, ale nevadí, no, tak co se dá dělat. Jasně.
Eva, you're not muted.
Hele, už
nějakou změnu, začal jinak se chovat nebo přemýšlet, tak to vyžaduje nějaké překonání sebe sama. A v podstatě jsme zvyklí na to, jak fungujeme a nepřemýšlíme o tom, že když budeme fungovat dál, tak si to tady všechno zničíme, tu planetu. To znamená, první věc je vůbec ochota přemýšlet o tom, že je něco potřeba změnit a hledat k tomu cesty. Tady v Čechách se tato akvaponie začíná rozvíjet. Bohužel většina firm, které je staví, tak v tuhle chvilku ještě nemají dostatečné informace a zkušenosti, aby to dělali dobře. Tenhle obor má velkou perspektivu, protože když se nebudeme tím zabývat, tak vlastně si planetu postupně zničíme. Existují studie, že vlastně zdroje na planetě využíváme 2 až 2,5krát víc, než je schopnost planety se obnovovat. To znamená, z toho je patrný, že na planetě hospodaříme neekologicky a neudržitelně. To znamená, čím víc nás na planetě bude, tím horší tyhle problémy budou a tím důležitější je bude je intenzivněji řešit.
Obnovitelné zdroje energie jsou oblast, která se v posledních letech skutečně dynamicky rozvíjí. Důvodem těchto změn je změna přístupu společnosti k vnímání životního prostředí. Nejdůležitějším aspektem rozvoje obnovitelných zdrojů je hlavně jejich potenciál pro technický rozvoj. A ten je spojený se zvyšováním energetické účinnosti, snižováním provozních investičních nákladů a tak dále. Je to rozvíjející se obor s relativně malým kapitálem a jako každý takový je citlivý na změny prostředí, hlavně legislativního, ale samozřejmě i na ceny energií na trhu. Navíc obnovitelné zdroje mají za úkol pomoci řešit zmíněné externality a jejich cena není přesně daná. To znamená, že bohužel pořád ještě některé obnovitelné zdroje budou vyžadovat podporu, která se však určitě bude postupně snižovat. Diskuzi o tom, jak podporovat a které zdroje a ve kterých regionech, v tom by mohli opět mít své slovo i bioekonomové. Paradoxně dalším nebezpečím může být pro obnovitelné zdroje změna klimatu, která může mít dopad na produkci biomasy, průtok vody v řekách a podobně. Perspektiva oboru je ovlivněna faktory, které jsem zmínil již v překážkách oboru. V krátkodobém horizontu určitě bude hrát důležitou roli v uvozovkách politická rozhodnutí, což je na jednu stranu dobře, protože je tady možná odborná diskuze všech zúčastněných stran, včetně bioekonomů. V některých aplikacích jsou dnes obnovitelné zdroje dokonce ekonomicky výhodnější než zdroje klasické. V každém případě se obnovitelné zdroje energie staly již součástí energetického trhu.
This prestigious international project connects the academic sphere with companies and public administration and is implemented at the Department of Regional Management and Law of the Faculty of Economics of the University of South Bohemia in České Budějovice.
So may I start my presentation? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, we can hear you. And you have about 6 minutes till the end of your time slot.
I know that was because of this video, but unfortunately it was muted, so it's not such a. Anyway, I'd like to present you this project, which you can see a little bit or taste it a little bit during this video. It's a project which was supported by European Union and Power for Bio mean empowering regional stakeholders for realizing the full potential of European bioeconomy. As I mentioned, this is the year and month when the project is lasting. So it's the opportunity to show you some results of this project. There was involved 17 partners from 11 countries, and the main goal of the project was to encourage European regions from Central and Eastern Europe for some mobilization of biomass resources and be prepared more for a new bioeconomy era. It means support both regional stakeholders and policy makers within the region. And we can say it's something like an example of bioeconomy in space region. It was relatively practical project. Because one of the aim was also the creating of regional network among all these partners, special 10 partners from 10 different parts of Europe. As you can see in this map, it was shown in the video previous. So there were involved 5 regions from Western and Southern Europe and 5 regions from Central and Eastern Europe. So main philosophy of this project was to share knowledge from Western and Southern European countries or regions which are more aware and involved in bioeconomy, both in strategies and practice, and to share this knowledge with the rest of regions involved in this project, these regions from Central and Eastern Europe. So the coordinator was Cirque from Andalusia, from Spain. There were great participation from Italian regions. 11 regions were involved, and also Flanders. And rest from Western countries were Bavaria and Saxony. So 5 regions, and these regions could could be integrated with our because I see this South Bohemia, with this Central and Eastern European regions, as South Bohemia was one of these representatives, Nitra region as a representative of Slovakia, Southern Great Plain from Hungary, Lviv from Ukraine, and Mazovia. I think it was the same, more or less the same area as was presented by my colleague in a previous presentation. So what's were the steps? The first was engagement of all stakeholders within the region. The second, and maybe said also in some cooperation with this first step, was the analysis of bioeconomy potential. So 2 kind of potential in the region, bio potential and stakeholders potential who can be involved in a bioeconomy. And the final outcome of project is development of strategy for region and something like an action plan, this road map. So these outputs in more detailed, we can see that the first very important step, regional bioeconomy hubs. These stakeholders groups which were gathering and discussing during the whole project, then creating so-called new bioeconomy bridges between regions. As I said, that all these 10 regions were communicated during the project. It was a way how the project was fulfilled. And another way was this 10 cross visits, training programs that these regions had the possibility to visit the other one and just directly to have their own experience with the situation in another region. And this last two blocks represent the two main practical outcomes which are available on the web, as all these outcomes must be available on the website of project, of course. But this catalog of mature technologies and strategy accelerator toolkit are two outcomes which have their own web page, and you can go and just be inside and interactively use these outcomes. A part of these two main interactive outcomes, there should be mentioned also these 12 European best practices, which were gathered into 4 categories: bioenergy, biochemicals, feed and food, and biomaterials. And within these 4 categories, there were prepared some training courses which are also available on the web, and these courses try to show more deeply the situation within this these 4 types of biomass, how it could be used within energy, chemistry, food, feed, and biomaterials as such. And there was also described 19 business models, practical examples of business cases. So for people who are interested in starting some kind of bioeconomy practice within their region, there are something like a pilot cases or some taste for bioeconomy, how bioeconomy can look like within practical biomodels. So as I've mentioned before,
I'm sorry, we are approaching till the end, so you have the last 1 or 2 minutes.
Okay, I have just about 3 slides. So there is this catalog, bio-based solution, and you can go through just on the web. Bioeconomy strategy tool accelerator. What does it mean? That if you want to create a strategy in your region, you can use this relatively general steps, step by step. And there are 3 last slides. It's about the situation of South Bohemia when this region was a part of the project. So there are mentioned these opportunities and difficulties, and within these difficulties you can see some data or some information which was mentioned in the first presentation of INSEAD, that are some legal obstacles, that bioeconomy is practically like a concept unknown and does not exist national and even regional strategy. But there are this potential, as I've mentioned, this potential of biomass, and also within people that we have created this group of people who is interested in bioeconomy within South Bohemian region. And these people are still working because they changed from this hub, so-called hub, to South Association for South Bohemia Association for Bioeconomy, which will continue even after the end of the project. And the last slide, it's about vision and mission. We really put out with our hub groups. It's bioeconomy hand in hand with circular economy, what we like to put into future strategy of region, that food wastage and communal bio wastage processing could be a future of bioeconomy within South Bohemian region. And in general, we realized during this project that not just bottom up regional activity, it's not enough, that must be aligned with top down support from national level and European level. And in this case, there is an opportunity even for region to improve or really create not just a strategy, but a real application of bioeconomy. Thank you for your attention.
Eva, thank you very much for the presentation, and we also have some time to discuss the issue you have raised during the afternoon discussion. And we go directly to Jan Mraz, who will be presenting us the project on long-term sustainable food production. So I can see that Jan is with us here. So Jan, the floor is yours, and you have 15 minutes to present the project.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you, and we can see the presentation.
Super great. So my name is Jan Mraz, and I am from the University of South Bohemia. And now I will be introducing you shortly a topic which I really like, which is aquaponics. And this presentation is presenting aquaponics as an example of long-term sustainable food production. Of course, there are many others, but aquaponics is a nice one, which I like. And it's a nice example also of circular economy. Before I will start to speak about aquaponics, I would like to summarize the global trends which aquaponics is reacting to. So first of them is the rapid growth of human population, and it's expected that we should grow to more billions in several following years. And of course, that is pushing a lot of pressure on the resources. There is not enough water, land, and other resources to feed the population of such number if we don't change the way we manage our land and the systems of production of food and waste management and so on. Another very big trend is obesity and overweight in developed countries. So on the left top figure, there is a percentage of men and women which are overweight or obese in Europe. And you can see that the numbers are really huge. There's also a very big problem with with cardiovascular diseases, which is usually approximately 50% of reasons for death in developed countries. With this health problem, there is a growing interest in fish consumption, because fish and seafood is generally considered as good prevention and treatment of cardiovascular diseases, and also
contributes to improvement of weight. And on the bottom right figure, you can see that it led to a very big increase of fish consumption over the years. So from 1950, where we consumed only 6 kilo of fish per person per year, we grew globally to almost 21 kilograms in 2012. So that is a really huge growth. There is also a big pressure on reducing pesticides, doing local food, not to travel all over the globe, to eat eco-friendly and fresh. So all these kind of trends aquaponics is reacting to. In aquaculture, which is production of fish, there is a big problem with not enough food, sorry for that, water, and also disposal of waste. And by combining aquaculture with plant production, these can be mitigated. And I will talk about it a little bit later. If we compare fish to other animals, fish is very efficient in food conversion. So we need to have approximately 1 kilogram of food to grow 1 kilo of fish. And it's also very effective in use of water, even though they are living in water, and also production of greenhouse gases. So in contrast to other animals, fish has the advantage that in the future world, where we need to feed 2 more billion people, this is a very effective system. Here's a comparison of how aquaculture and plant production are reacting to these mega trends. So in aquaculture, there is a trend to use so-called recirculating aquaculture systems, which you can see on the picture, which needs a very low level of water. It can be placed in close to where it is consumed. It can stimulate very fast growth, even quality, with optimal conditions for the animals. And that is very similar to what happened in agriculture with the hydroponics method for growing plants. Despite fish being very effective in using feed, they are still retaining in their body approximately just 1/3 of nitrogen and phosphorus from the feed. And the rest, 2/3 of nitrogen and phosphorus, have to be somehow treated, not to cause eutrophisation in waters. Our ancestors in the past, they have used this waste to produce plants, like in this Aztecs chinampas, or combination of fish in rice fields. So they were already using fish as a fertilizer for their plants. Here it is described or kind of represented what fish and plants need. Fish need oxygen, clean water, and produce nutrients, CO2, and feces. And that is what plants need: CO2-rich water with nutrients, some kind of fertilizer, and produce oxygen and clean water. So if we combine these two, we can get a symbiosis effect. And that is aquaculture and hydroponics together makes aquaponics. Advantage of aquaponics is that from approximately 1.5 kilograms of feed, we can get a kilogram of fish and 2 kilograms of fruits. It looks like we are getting double the amount of food, but that is caused because feed has 90% of dry matter, whereas fish and vegetables has much higher amount of water. So it is really possible to achieve such results. Another advantage is that we don't need much fertilizers, because fish with their metabolites are serving as fertilizer. In USA, it is considered as organic production. Unfortunately, that is not the case in Europe, where the legislation doesn't allow it. We have very low consumption of water in contrast to normal agriculture, approximately 10% of it. We don't need soil, we don't produce CO2 because CO2 is consumed by the plants, and we don't produce wastewater. And usually in this system, we don't use pesticides, but we use biological control. We can therefore also place such small systems where people live. Here are some pictures how such systems could look like. Can be placed on the top of buildings or some kind of industrial buildings and complexes. How it works. So the principle is that fish produce waste such as ammonia and others, and microbes which are living in that system convert ammonia to nitrates and nitrates, which can be then used by plants. And plants are cleaning the water, oxygenating it. On the contrary, fish are producing water which is rich in nutrients, and they are producing CO2, which is then used by the plants. So it can make a very nice symbiosis together. The benefit for plants is that they don't need to invest energy in root growth. They have continual access of nutrients, enough of CO2, nitrates, warm water, and no weeds to fight with. So they can grow much quicker and have much better conditions and much better quality than in other agricultural systems. Because we can prepare the conditions for the plants to perfectly match their needs. There are different designs which are coming from the designs of hydroponics used in commercial systems. So here you can see some pictures. So aquaponics can be really diverse in how it looks. Again, some pictures to demonstrate how diverse the aquaponics can be. For example, the low left picture, it's from University of Virgin Islands that is producing all the vegetables and fish for their local Mensa canteen. Here are some small system for backyard. It can be also made in a kind of ornamental thing. This is, for example, system from Switzerland. No, sorry, from Netherlands, which is built in an old TV factory, which was abandoned, and that building didn't have any special use. So they built a fish farm in the top floor, and above the building there is a greenhouse. So altogether it makes aquaponics. So they produce fresh vegetables such as tomatoes, lettuce, and so on, and fish for the local market. So the distance between production and consumption is basically zero. So in University of South Bohemia, we have built recently a research center for aquaponics, which is the left picture. It is a combination of greenhouse where we have different hydroponic systems, and a combination of isolated building where we have our fish culture units. And we are very welcoming any kind of collaboration. So if you would be interested to collaborate on such topics, you are very welcomed. So the question is if the aquaponics is a future thing, or is it already a reality today? This map shows in Europe where the different aquaponic farms or research centers are located. And you can see that it is really across all the different climate zones, from desert in the south up to the north in Sweden. So it can be placed and modified for different regions. But there are challenges which needs to be solved before it can be a kind of massive industrial issue or a thing. So at the moment there is just a beginning of the technology, so it is still lacking some kind of productivity in contrast to current systems. But that is expected to be improved with the research and get better than the previous normal agricultural systems used at the moment. Usually the philosophy, the idea of the sustainability is the motivation for the farmers. So they are not motivated at the moment, most of them at the beginning, not by a good business plan, but rather are being kind of enthusiasts who want to try something which is good for planet, but not having good experience in business and production systems. There is a lack of research and legislation, as I mentioned before. in EU, aquaponic production is not considered as organic production, which is really pity, and that is slowing down the development of this industry. There is a high initial cost and risk of failure. And another problem is that market doesn't know about it at the moment. So all these kind of things are big challenges which needs to be solved or improved in order that aquaponics could become a viable solution to replace at least part of the current agricultural practice. And that is all from my side. Thank you very much for your attention. And if you have any questions.
Marek, thank you very much. Honza, thank you very much for your presentation. And I think we are perfectly on time. We can use the chat for the comments and questions, and we can also address some issues during the afternoon discussion. So we will go from the sustainable food production, from water, from the fish into biogas, and I will ask Miroslav Kajan just to take the floor and present his contribution. So Miroslav, the floor is yours, and you have 15 minutes for your presentation.
So, okay, thanks for the introduction. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, we can see it.
Yeah, okay. So, as you say it is, my name is Mira Kajan, and I am from the private company Biogas Třeboň Limited. Maybe it's important that it is a private company, and I was asked to give presentation at the topic the biogas plants as a decentralized sources of renewable energy. And I introduced this topic on one example case study, and it is the biogas plant Třeboň. This plant you could see in the Eva Cudlina short video presentation, and with one homework at the end of the presentation. So, maybe a small repetition. What is what? The biogas is the mixture of the gases produced during decomposition, and it's important, of biodegradable materials by microorganisms in anaerobic condition. It means in condition without oxygen. This process, this microbiological process, is called anaerobic digestion or anaerobic fermentation. Yeah? In the table, you can compare the composition of the biogas and natural gas. We can see that both have the same composition of in point of the compounds or gases, but they differ in amount. But what's important for the biogas is that that they have about 70 up to 75% of the methane, and this is the important compound of this gas, because it means that it can use as the energy source. The difference, if it is the 15 or 75, depends on the biodegradable material and the condition of anaerobic digestion. But we can see that the biogas is the energy source, and we can say it's our own natural gas. It means we can produce natural gas, maybe in the so high quality as is the natural gas in the net from the Russia or the Norway, but it is good for the utilization for heat and electricity production. Here in the graph, you can see in the picture, you can see the different substrate. I say it should be the biodegradable substrates. It means biomass. It means from the plant or the animal materials, and they differ in the amount of the biogas you receive from 1 ton of this material. In any case, we can say that we are working with the regional products. Regional products. It's not necessary to import it from the Australia or the New Zealand, or I don't know from where. Here you can see the short scheme of the flow chart of the biogas plant. It means on the left side, we have the inputs, the substrates from the agriculture or from the food industry. Here is the biogas plant, the fermenter, and we receive the biogas, and this biogas can be used for the production of the electricity it's delivering to the net, and for the production of the heat in the cogeneration unit. The second product of the biogas plant is so-called fermentation rest, and this can be used as the fertilizer for the fields. In the downside of the picture, you can see the different types of biogas plant, and this is as with the cars. It means that they have all the pros and cons, but they are working. And now about the biogas plant in Třeboň. It was put in the operation in 2009 year. It means that now it is more than 10 years in operation. And the reason why we built this plant was, of course, the production of electricity and heat. This heat is important because the many biogas plants are not utilizing heat. The second was the stabilized agriculture activities of farmers in region, and third was processing of low feeding quality grass from floodplains in the vicinity of the Třeboň. In the picture, on the left picture, you can see that the biogas plant is localized in the agriculture area, and here is the city Třeboň, and here is the detail of the biogas plant. So it's really a regional product because in the diameter of 4 kilometers, here you can see the Třeboň, here is the biogas plant, as you could see in the previous picture. It is area of the circle is about 50 square kilometers, and in this yellow are arable land used for production of substrate, not only for biogas plant, but for biogas plant too. And here you can see the floodplains from which we are taking the low quality grass for biogas plant. And in this area, 50 kilometers, are farmers, is biomass, are staff for the biogas plant. In this circle, in this area, is the production of the energy in biogas plant, and is the consumption of heat and electricity. It means everything is regional. And because we are in bioeconomy seminars and circular economy, it means that the flow of matter, energy, and money is in this area. This plant, this biogas plant, Třeboň, has installed electric power 1 megawatt. It means 1,000 kilowatt. And we have disponible for sale about 7,000 megawatts hour per year. And installed heat power is again 1 megawatt or 1,000 kilowatt, and disponible, it means for next utilization and for sale for this bioeconomy is about 8,000 megawatts per year. To utilize this disponible heat, it was necessary to find the largest heat consumer in the city, and it is the municipal spa in Třeboň. And we built a biogas pipeline 4.3 kilometers long to pump the biogas from the biogas station to this area of the spa, where we localize the cogeneration unit. And this cogeneration unit is producing the electricity and the heat. Yeah. And the heat, of course, the electricity is delivered to the net system of the electricity, and the heat is used by SPA, which is owned by municipality, and apartment blocks. The SPA uses heat for space heating, heating of swimming pool and thermal baths, and so on, so on. It is the win-win project because we have the agreement that heat from our biogas will be all time about 10% lower than heat from the natural gas. It means that we are comparing it every 3 months, and we are changing the price of the heat. In this case, the SPA are saving about 1 million cubic meter of natural gas annually from the Russia. And when we take in the scale of the city Třeboň, which has about 8,000 inhabitants. Yes, here is the biogas plant on that side, and energy flow to the city of the Třeboň. This biogas plant cover about 33% of the heat consumption of households and SPA in Třeboň, and more than 50% of the electricity consumption. It means that it is a really regional, decentralized source of energy. And as I promised homework, I prepare here the table where you can see that where you have the radius in kilometers, area in hectares of this radius, and when you say that 20% of the area you can use for the biomass production, yeah, and when you have 30 tons per hectare of the biomass production, of course that it can be different, yes. And you have this biogas production, and when the electricity consumption in the Czech Republic per person and year is about 1.5 megawatt hours, and for heat it is 3.0 megawatt hours, you can calculate in the coarse way, of course, what will be for how many people will be the production of the electricity and the heat from the biogas plant. And because here is the many numbers I'm not sure if they are right, and please, this is the homework if you will want, of course, to check it if all numbers are okay. And that it is not only the project of one biogas plant. You have here the map of biogas plants of different types in the Czech Republic. The actual version of this map you can find of the websites of the Czech Biogas Association, and you can see from the number of the biogas plants and from the area of the Czech Republic that practically in 100 square kilometers is localized in the average one biogas plant. Maybe it can be really the decentralized source of energy from renewable energy sources. So this is my last slide. Thank you for your attention and greetings from Třeboň. That's all. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for your interesting presentation. And now we go for the last one before our lunch break. So I will ask Pavel Zedníček, Petr Novotný, and probably someone else just representing the Institute of Circular Economy to start their presentation, and they have in total 15 minutes. So the floor is yours. I will ask Miro to stop sharing. Great, excellent, and we can go forward. So the floor is yours. Pavel, we can see the presentation.
Sorry.
And now we can hear you. Yes, perfect.
Sorry, I was looking for the mute button. So thank you very much, and really great opportunity to be here today to discuss with all of you our research project, which has been done, which we have done at the Institute of Circular Economy. My name is Pavel Zedníček, and I'm working at the Institute. I was also working on this project together with Sonia and Dasha, who have already been presenting, or Dasha will be in the panel following this presentation. Basically, the name of the presentation is called Towards Circular Bioeconomy in the Czech Republic. It's more of a high-level kind of an overview of opportunities and of availability of biomass in the Czech Republic. So I'm kind of going to zoom out of all those different technologies that have been presented. But I have a very difficult task, which is to present for 40 minutes, basically a research project. So I hope I won't bore you to death. That's why I would maybe urge you to just pop in some questions, comments, whatever you would like. And we're also, of course, more than happy to touch upon with you after this presentation, because, yeah, I mean, as we've seen from the presentation before, it's going to be a pretty massive task that we have ahead of us. So maybe just yes, works now. A bit of an outline of the presentation. At first, I'm going to present a research which I have done also as part of my master's thesis at the Utrecht University in the Netherlands. And then I'll also give the word to Petr Novotný from INSEAD, who will introduce you the concept, or basically the bioeconomy program on which we're actually at this point working. So I'm just going to show you some problem context. Why do we actually think that bioeconomy is an important topic? Also some theoretical aspects, because I think it's fairly important to kind of get the theory straight so that we know what we're talking about, so that we have common language. And then going into the details of the research. I've kind of took the liberty to go a bit more into the detail of the research because we have a research audience, it's a research conference. And I kind of also wanted to share with you kind of the how part of working in the topic of circular economy, not just the ambitions, but how did we actually approach this project at the Institute of Circular Economy. Okay, so I'm going to start a bit broader, even though I think most of this is a common knowledge. I think it is more than clear that there is an urgent need to transit towards climate neutrality by 2050. These are the full illustrative models by the IPCC. And this is probably a common knowledge for all of you. The reason why I'm sharing it at this conference is that definitely biomass will play a crucial role in this, whether we like it or not. The reason for that is, of course, that there are many industry sectors which have limited substitutes for fossil fuels, for example, aviation, chemical industry, etc. And even though sometimes, of course, also from the circular economy perspective, we want to retrieve the biomass back into the soil, in the instances when it comes to carbon neutrality, most probably will have to be using some of these materials and even some of them even to burn them. Just to show you maybe kind of a number, the International Renewable Energy Agency is prospecting that there will be quadrupling of bioenergy by 2050. So really a high pool of biomass in the upcoming years. This is just another graph basically from the International Energy Agency, which shows that bioenergy power generation is about to double in a decade. So again, we have to take care of we have to map how many biomass do we actually have. We also have to assure that we utilize it in a manner which is still sustainable and not counterproductive. So that's just a really high level scenario of what's going to happen and what we can expect with biomass. A bit of theory, I think it could be helpful because the concept is still rather new. There has been some comments in the previous presentations that the concept of bioeconomy is still fairly new for the Central and Eastern European region. I've used a definition by the European Commission, which I thought was quite handy, at least practical. It says that it is the production of renewable biological resources and the conversion of these resources into value-added products. Of course, this definition is a bit more like economic oriented, talks about value added and utilizing the biomass. And it's definitely a concept that we're also kind of trying to work with at the Institute, like that there are different values with which we work on, or basically different values of the end products when it comes to utilizing the biomass. And it's mostly counterproductive to the volume. This is, of course, just a concept, but I think it's good to work with a pyramid like this so that we really know what is the most valuable usage and utilization of biomass in our economy. Just another quote from the European Commission that sustainable European bioeconomy is necessary to build a carbon neutral future in line with the climate objectives. This just kind of substantiates the comments I have made in the previous slides. Also, the reason why we're taking the liberty to work on the topic of bioeconomy is that there are quite large differences when it comes to the potential of using or basically of developed bio-based economies in Europe. Again, a quote from the European Commission, which says that low bioeconomy added value in the Central and Eastern European countries is at odds, so it's different, with their high and compared to other European regions, yet underutilized biomass potential. So in short, the European Commission says that the potential of bio-based economy is yet underutilized in the Central and Eastern European regions. This is substantiated again by more of an economic term, saying that the turnover per person in the Czech bioeconomy is approximately 40% lower than the EU average. Again, it's more of an economic thinking about the bio-based economy, not so much the environmental part, but it shows us a direction. This is just a point about the current usage of renewable energy in the Czech Republic. And of course, the Renewable Energy Directive number 2 sets quite strict targets for advanced biofuels and bioenergy. And I'm just trying to say with this again, a large pool of biomass will be happening, and we can probably expect it in the whole Europe. That is also why we work on it at the Institute, because we are really working on circular economy, and circular economy promotes resource efficiency. It really works with materials. Basically, our question is, how can we utilize the materials that we have at hand as best as we can? There are, of course, a number of European studies that substantiate this, that really put a high focus on working on, or basically on working with organic materials in effective manner. One of them, of course, Circular Economy Action Plan, or the whole strategy for bioeconomy, which we have also mentioned in this discussion. There is no bioeconomy strategy in the Czech Republic. Just maybe circular economy, very shortly. I'm just going to introduce it because I'm using it lately in the presentation. Basically, it's about minimizing the generation of waste, maintaining the value of products. We have already mentioned that. Maybe just to kind of show you the graph on the right. What often the circular economy practitioners work with is the take, make, waste, dispose model, and also the so-called circularity gap. So basically, what is the level of circularity? How much of the materials do we return to the system? Sonia, I think, mentioned in her presentation, at this point globally, it's around 9% of materials that goes back into the system, which is a horrific number, meaning that 90% of the materials annually are lost, or they are built in stocks, such as buildings. The reason why we're, again, kind of focusing on circular economy is also more literature or research-oriented. There are some studies that say that without the consideration of circular aspects, the bio-based economy could risk becoming too much of a business as usual scenario, kind of maybe a first generation biofuel scenario where we really look on large intensification rather than smart systems. And really now I've kind of introduced you the concept of circular economy, bio-based economy. The synthesis is what we work on at the Institute and what is really important for us, and that's utilization of organic waste streams, resource efficiency, renewable and bio-based products, the different R strategies such as reuse, refuse, recycle, etc., and cascading use, which basically says we shouldn't use material just once. We should try to build systems in which we use organic materials consecutively, so we use it in cascades. And of course, organic recycling. This is, of course, kind of an idealized version of how the circular bioeconomy should look like. And the reality is a lot different, also taking into aspects of economy and etc. So maybe if there are any questions, I'm just going to look into the chat so that I don't speak all the time. Maybe not. If anyone wants to jump in, please do. maybe I have a question for you that you can kind of put into the chat. If you find the concept of circular bioeconomy as, maybe what do you think about it? Like, is it important for you? Is it illustrative? Is it useful? Or is it maybe just confusing? It would really be also helpful for us to kind of to get your stance on this theme. The reason for that is that I'm now kind of going into the a bit more dry research part that we've did. So please brace yourself into research-oriented questions, but I hope that it can help you kind of to look into our minds how we're thinking about it. Basically, what we have asked in this question is an overarching question, which is like, how can the bio-based economy and circular economy be aligned so that they contribute to climate targets that I have presented in the beginning? This is a really broad question, difficult to answer, but the sub-questions are more illustrative. The first one was, what is the current state of play in terms of size, utilization, and processing of the agricultural biomass? So really, material flow analysis, in short. How large is the circularity gap? I've presented that. So how much materials are returned back into the system? And then what are the barriers that actually hinder the mobilization of regional biomass feedstock into high value added bio-based industries? I'm going to go in a bit more detail into it so that you know what I mean by that. And then the fourth question, which I'm not going to cover at all in this presentation, but I can send you the materials, is what is an optimal utilization of residual biomass in the Czech Republic? So this is really just the analytical framework that we've used when we really try to focus on circular bioeconomy. We've really thought about residues, right? Again, I've presented you that circular bioeconomy is more about residues, waste. And we've made a distinction between primary, secondary, and tertiary residues. So primary residues are post-harvest residues, such as straw, which is an important material in our economy. Secondary residues, these are being produced when we handle the materials, we kind of process them in any way, such as husk. And then tertiary residues, which is food waste. And I think this kind of helps to differentiate at different levels. Now, when we want to know what basically our question is, how many of these materials are there? And then we ask about what is the theoretical availability of these materials in the Czech Republic, which we can then use in the bioeconomy. Now that's a theoretical availability. And then we have mobilizable potential of this theoretical availability because there are several barriers that really hinder the mobilization. These are social. I'm going to go into detail about how farmers are reluctant to provide straw, for example. There are, of course, technical barriers. You cannot take all the materials out of the soil. There are economic. Doesn't really make sense to use all the materials. Some has to stay at the field, etc. So there are many barriers, and these kind of hinder mobilizing potential of these biomass resources. And once we kind of have theoretical availability, so how many are there, how much we can mobilize, then we can ask a question, what is the optimal use of this biomass? So these are like option A and B. Should we use it for biogas plants, or should we use it, I don't know, for biofuels or for furniture? Just a few ideas. This is just kind of a different way how we thought about it. The reason why I'm really presenting to you is that we really would like to also get your feedback on this. If you would have any, I don't know, more suitable way of working with this. But again, biomass availability and uses is the research question number 1 and 2. We've used a material flow analysis on this. I'm going to go a bit more detail. Biomass mobilization, we've done literature review, we've done survey with farmers, an expert roundtable workshop with real professionals from the field, and business opportunities for using the materials with literature review and SWOT. But for example, what Mrs. Tudlinova had in the Horizon project was, I think, quite illustrative, and we could maybe combine these two views. We've also made several background visits to really research this topic thoroughly. We've been to several farms, such as in Choťovice. We've met with mayor of a village, Kněžice, which is running a biogas plant. He's also burning straw. We went to one of the largest straw incineration plant in Kutná Hora. We really wanted to understand that concept because straw is really such a valuable material in the Czech Republic. We went to firms. So we've met with a CEO of a company called Ecopanely. They make basically panels or building materials out of straw, and several other visits. We've used the MFA to really map the system, which is basically really a systematic assessment of flows and stocks within an arbitrarily complex system. It's a really solid methodology that we've applied. Basically, our scope was basically the whole agriculture sector, but we've focused on agriculture crops which consist of 95% of the whole agriculture production. So we didn't go into the nitty-gritty details. And we've considered open systems. So we've also kind of tried to identify imports and exports. We basically then mapped all these data into Excel sheet, and then with a simple program, we've visualized it, and I'm going to show you the results in a second. This is just in a bit more detail. You see how we've used basically every flow has its own sink and its source of flow. So it was a pretty tedious work. We did literature search. We've then built the preliminary structure of the whole agriculture system. We've identified relevant data sources. We filled the preliminary structure, and then we've kind of discussed and identified redundant data and inconsistent flows. Once we had the MFA, we basically said, okay, how much is going into the system, how much is going out, and how much is returning back into the soil, let's say like this. And then we've been able to really calculate what we call the circularity level. So it was really a ratio of how much material were returned into the system versus extracted. On the note of biomass mobilization, so really this part was availability and uses, and this part was about how can we mobilize the available biomass more precisely. Again, we focused on straw. And we've done a survey with farmers where we've asked them really questions about how do they perceive this material? Would they be able to provide it, I don't know, to a biogas plant or incineration plant or biofuel plant, whatever. We've got 360 responses via Google Forms, which is, I think, quite a good number. What is a bit, our results, and I have to kind of admit that, are a bit skewed towards the smaller farmers because most of the responses are from Association of Private Farming. So many. Maybe if there are any questions at this point, if not, then I'm going to go into the, sorry, I can't open the chat, so I'm going to go into the results. So this really is kind of the X-ray of our bioeconomy at this point. You can see that there is a basically harvest of crops, the extraction part. Then there's the production part. So really you harvest certain part of a crop, then it goes either into plant food production, so really to create our food, or it goes into technical production, which really is about biomass or using the, biogas, biofuels. It's about using the materials in technical products. And then there's a largest sink, which is the animal feed and food production. As you can see, the yellow part, that's the straw. We've also calculated how much straw is basically being left on the field. I'm going to show you a bit more detailed results in a second. So in the production part, you also produce large parts of the secondary residues that I've mentioned. Then let's say this food or this also technical products are being consumed. And again, in this consumption phase, there's another waste being produced, such as food waste and etc. And then at the end of life phase, you have different options of how to treat the biomass. So you can, if there was an example of biogas plant, some of it is of course wasted into wastewater treatment plants through our metabolism. There's composting, landfilling, incineration, and some unknown flows because we couldn't map everything. And then you can see that there are these kind of backward going streams into the system. As you can also see up and down, there are imports and exports that we've also considered. What is really important is that there is differentiation between dry weight and as received weight. As received weight is basically a true values that you get from data sources, but these are often skewed, or I mean, for example, as you can see, the gray part, that's manure, which is being returned back into the soil. Some of it is being used in biogas plants, for example. But in the dry weight, it's really, really small because there's a lot of moisture in that. So we really found it useful to use both of these graphs. This is really real weight, which is important also for transport, etc. But dry weight is more precise when it comes to comparing the different waste flows. So when using the dry weight, really importance of straw. Animal food and food production is one of the largest sinks of biomass in the Czech Republic. This is common for other countries. There is a high potential of secondary and tertiary residues, and a large part of our actually biomass is being exported. So I think that's definitely a debatable issue. Then when we've kind of mapped the, as I showed you, the back-going streams, we've calculated that the level of circularity is around 43%, so meaning that 60% of our annual usage of biomass is being lost. Of course, this is difficult to kind of calculate because you have absorption of the CO2 into the system, etc. So it's just a ballpark figure. But what is important that the primary residues, actually their potential is really high, but their real potential for utilization is quite low. I'm going to show you why. There's a large potential in secondary residues, in waste processing, and in food processing, and in tertiary residues, which is basically a food waste. Now, when really going into the straw, which is really like, you would say 11 megatons of dry megatons of straw is a huge number. Once you go into detail, it's a bit tricky subject because there is a technical potential that hinders. There are technical barriers that hinder use of this potential, so you cannot harvest everything. Then there's sustainable potential, which is even lower if you consider that, because you have to leave some of the straw on the field, and then you have also you have to consider competing uses of that straw, which is, for example, used in animal bedding and etc. So at the end, we've kind of came up with a figure which is around 1.5 megatons dry. There's a more detailed calculation behind this. But I would be very cautious about kind of giving a final number about this and saying that this is the potential of straw, because when you, for example, consider sustainable potential, you use constant removal rates, which is not a good thing. You should really go into the regions and kind of get the climatic conditions, get the physiologic conditions, everything around it. So this is a bit imprecise. And really, all of this metric has to be regionally based. And this is one of the key recommendations from our side about assessing strategies in bioeconomy. So this was really about MFA. We have a detailed Excel table. We have a detailed detailed number for each of these flows. We're more than happy to share that with you, also to hear your feedback on this. But it really kind of showed us kind of an X-ray of our bioeconomy at this stage. When it comes to, for example, again, focusing on straw and how are the farmers actually willing to provide their straw, their responses were very mixed. So when we asked how much straw do you think should stay on the field after it's been harvested, around 38% say that all straw should stay on the field. At least 75% of straw should stay on the field. That was around 13%. But to make this short, around 60% thought that more than 50% of the straw should stay on the field. But you can see that the questions are mixed, and this kind of shows the discrepancy about how these farmers think about this. What is really important that around 90% of them think that straw is a valuable commodity. So it's really, I mean, they really attach a price to it. And we have to work with this whenever we would like to cooperate and whenever we would like to actually utilize straw in the bioeconomy sphere. And also around 50% are really concerned about the use of straw after they sell it, if they sell it, of course. So they are kind of concerned whether they would sell it to an incineration plant. A lot of them think that incinerating straw is just a crime because they really see the high value in it. So again, I would say an important consideration is that we really have to talk with these farmers on the ground and understand their motivation and etc. Okay, so I'm going conclude now. I think what our research really has showed is that the tool of material flow analysis, which is really used in circular economy, and why as Institute we've been working on this, can be highly insightful on biogenic systems. So we can really make the, as I showed you, the X-ray of our bioeconomy, and there's untapped potential in biomass residues. These are ballpark figures. You would have to go a bit deeper into really understanding what do these mean, but it's definitely a starting point, at least for us. To align circular economy with the bioeconomy or bio-based economy, really we have to take a regional and bottom-up focus. We really have to consider local soil characteristics and local uses, as well as local climatic conditions in order to make any recommendations. So we really we are really distant from providing concrete recommendations on this high-level study. We have to go into regions, into details, working with local stakeholders and into the science-based targets. There is definitely a risk-averse approach of the farmers towards providing straw, which is really, just kind of maybe to show you why this is important. There are many prospective studies about how we will be using straw in second-generation biofuels or in different, there's a whole lignocellulosic industry being kind of discussed. And this is, I think, a very important finding of ours, that we really have to be cautious when it comes to working with this material and when it comes to communicating with farmers on the ground. And again, circular bioeconomy needs to include social dimensions, so focus on the farmers. Definitely some limitations. The MFA is really X-ray, it's high level. We've had to sometimes make a conversion to dry weight. A more detailed analysis could be provided if you would like. But maybe what's next? I think this was just kind of summary of our research, but I think there is definitely several steps that has to happen. As I've mentioned, regional focus is a key. I think there should be a regional bioeconomy strategy. I mean, we don't have a national one, so it's a bit ambitious to ask for regional ones, but I think that's the way we have to go. We have to work and collaborate on the ground with local stakeholders, maybe work around these clusters that are also a big focal point in Europe. We have to go a bit more detailed into the different flows and kind of, we've mapped the X-ray, primary, secondary, tertiary residues, but now we have to say, okay, let's dive deeper into tertiary residues or into secondary residues and see how we can utilize the wastes there. What is the optimal most valuable utilization of biomass? I've touched upon it. I didn't go into detail, but I think this is a very important question. It comes into really our the way we think about using materials. And again, what does valuable mean to us? Is it economy? Is it environment? Or I think this is still kind of a blurred vision of what is the best way and best pathway of using biomass. And focus on the whole life cycle is key. And this is definitely something I think that the circular economy has. It doesn't focus on specific technology. We're not that much into the detail, which is in several ways very important, but we try to map the life cycle. And of course, this is important when it comes to assessing environmental impacts of technologies. So we are really kind of, to summarize, we are working as the Institute on this topic further. We're working more on the tertiary residues because it's something where we feel comfortable, but we definitely see a large potential in other parts. Before I hand my word to Petr Novotný, who will be presenting our work more focused on the biowaste, if you would have any questions regarding this research, just do not hesitate to contact me. I can send you the whole copy, but just please do reach out. And yeah, that's it from my side. I'm now thinking, Aleš, whether we should now give some forward to questions or whether I should just hand the word to Petr.
Pavel, thank you very much. I don't want to cut too much time from the lunch. I would like to keep the break for the lunch. really to 45 minutes. So thank you very much for the presentation. Very interesting, and I'm glad that you brought also some conceptual issues which are really important, to discuss. So if possible, I would prefer just to switch to Petr.
Of course.
And let's try to keep it to 10 to 12 minutes if possible.
Yeah, I think it'll be short. Petr.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you.
We can see you.
Yeah, and can you see my presentation?
Yes, we can see your presentation, I think.
Great. I can't see it in a presentation mode. Yeah, now
yes,
it is.
now we are here.
Thank you. I'll very briefly introduce you to activities which we in the Institute for Circular Economy are doing in the field of bio-waste. At the beginning, the material and energetic utilization of bio-waste has a huge potential in the Czech Republic, which is not yet being fully utilized. It's almost not at all utilized at the moment. About 46% of mixed municipal solid waste ends up still in landfills. About 40% from that municipal solid waste consists of biodegradable waste, which causes big problems in the respect of climate change. Waste management in the Czech Republic causes about 5.7 million tons of CO2 equivalent of greenhouse gases, which is about 4.4% of all greenhouse gases in the Czech Republic. This is caused mainly by the landfill gas, which is going to atmosphere and causing the problem. The effective bio-waste treatment and utilization, it's not it's not topic in the Czech Republic yet. Moreover, there is the lack of organic matter in the soil. The organic matter in the soil is decreasing, and also the Czech Republic will need to fulfill high requirements for recycling of waste, and all of those reasons and other more are the good reason for to take a bio-waste very seriously in the Czech Republic. I would like to briefly recapitulate what activities is INCIEN doing in the field of bio-waste. Sonia, in the beginning of this conference, introduced some of them, but I will go through very quickly. We are doing, or we are active in the bio-waste topic since 2016. In 2018, we managed the pilot project in Brno. It was the aim was to show that we can use the bio-waste for producing biomethane, and it's using in the public transportation. It was very successful. This project was awarded by the professional public and received a lot of publicity. Our other projects connected to bio-waste treatment is partly connected to bio-waste treatment. It was a circular city scan in Prague, and it was a 1-year project. And at the end of this project, we recommended to implement 3 pilot projects to Prague, which are the most important in the implementation of circularity in the city. The one project was circular procurement, the other one to build up reuse centers, and the third one was the recommendation was to construct biogas station for municipal bio-waste and to produce the biomethane for municipal transport. And the topic of bio-waste utilization is still priority for Institute of Circular Economy in 2021. In this year, we aim to describe the problem in broad context and to communicate the the problem with professionals and also with the general public. We would like to show the right path for Czech Republic, how to treat bio-waste in effective way. And we would like to be the force of the change. The activities which we are going to do is to cooperate with experts and to show the good examples or the good practice examples from abroad, to describe them and to communicate them in the Czech Republic. We are also established partnership with companies which are doing circular activities, and we are cooperating with them. At the moment, we cooperate with company Hutira, which is active in the bio-CNG sector, and with JRK Czech Republic, active in the waste management sector. INCIEN is open to cooperation in the topic of bio-waste, and I would like to say, feel free to join us and to work together. Thank you for your attention.
Petr, thank you very much. I mean, great, all of you for excellent and dense presentations. And we are perfectly on time. It's 11:43, so we have even 1 minute to get ready for our lunch break. Thank you very much once again. And I think it was a very nice overview for all the angles we can actually see circular economy and all these related issues. So probably I would now, instead of starting a new discussion, which we will have after lunch, I would probably go for lunch as the rest of you. We have 45 minutes. Some of you probably will stay at home. Some of you have to cross the street and take care of the kids as well. So I hope that the 45 minutes will be fine. And during our lunch break, I also, Radka suggested, who is taking care of all the technical issues, that we might have a Slido, and you can actually answer some of the questions and also start asking the questions for our panel discussion, which will start at 12:30. So please feel free to ask the questions for the panelists. I have about, I get ready 2 or 3 questions, but it's really up to you, and you can ask whatever you want, all the panelists. So just to inform you that for the panel discussion, Dagmar Millerová-Prášková from the Institute of Circular Economy will join us. Also, Eva Citlinová, who already had her presentation in the morning, Piotr Wieczorek from Poland. Then we have another foreign guest, it's Mosa Spilskever, and also Pavla Brzusková from the National Cluster Association. So we will have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 participants in the afternoon discussion about the main challenges in bioeconomy. So that's all from me from now. It's 11:45 sharply, so it's great. So I wish you that you enjoy your meal and stay healthy for the next 45 minutes. And I will meet you here exactly at 12:30, 12:30. So bon appetit and see you there. So welcome back. Here it's 12:30 exactly. I hope you enjoyed your lunch and you happen to organize everything what you needed. So we still have around 2.5 hours in front of us of this conference, which is focused on bioeconomy and circular economy. And now we have a pleasure to welcome a few panelists in our afternoon panel, because it's very difficult to listen to presentation after lunch. People are getting tired. So instead of listening only to presentations, we would like to have some lively discussion about the main challenges in bioeconomy. And we can also use the questions which you put into Slido. And as you could see from the Slido application, we have not only participants from the Czech Republic, but also all over the world, Poland, Zimbabwe, Switzerland, and so on, Slovakia, of course. So it's our pleasure to welcome you back here, and I can see that we now have around still more over 100 participants at our conference, which is great. So we have 5 participants in our panel discussion, and if I can just if you can just briefly introduce yourself. Maybe some people join after the lunch and those who didn't have a presentation. So first I would like to introduce Dasha Millerová-Prášková from the Institute of Circular Economy. Dasha, please, can you introduce yourself very briefly?
So good afternoon, everyone. So I work in the Institute for Circular Economy. I had already 3 colleagues to speak here, so you may have idea about what we do. Me personally, I'm focusing on the topic of agriculture and food security. So it's really part of the bioeconomy sector, which is very, very broad sector as a topic. But I'm look forward for a discussion and for your questions.
Excellent, thank you very much. So I go on the program. Then we have Eva Cudlinová from the University of South Bohemia. Eva, welcome here on the panel. You already had your presentation, so can you please briefly just introduce yourself to the audience?
Okay, I am Eva Cudlinová from the University of South Bohemia, and my profession is environmental and ecological economy. And at present, I am mostly involved in bioeconomy during these last 3 years, as I've presented in Power for Bio project. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you very much. Now we go to our first foreign guest. It's Piotr. Piotr, welcome here. Can you please just introduce yourself a bit?
Hello, once again, Piotr Wieczorek from Łukasiewicz Research Network Automotive Industry Institute, where I am the head of Department for Fuels and Bioeconomy. And me and my team, we are constantly working on a fuel market as well as conventional fuels, as alternative fuels. Also, we are very active on a biogas market. Thank you.
Excellent. We also greet our another foreign guest, which is Moses from the Switzerland. Greetings to Switzerland. Can you please introduce yourself a bit?
Hi, thank you. Yeah, my name is Moses. I'm from the startup Microbes. We do mycelium-based composites based on agricultural waste and are currently in the development phase going on to develop our manufacturing process and also business models circular in a circular fashion. Yes, thank you.
Excellent. And just if I can ask you, I'm curious, in which city of Switzerland are you now?
We are based in Basel.
Basel, okay, just to have. And last but not least, we welcome Pavla Brusková from the National Cluster Association. Pavla, welcome here. Can you please introduce yourself very quickly to our audience? You have to turn on the microphone.
Hello, everybody. I'm Pavla Brusková from the Czech Republic, the former president of the National Cluster Association, which has been Czech partner in already 2 projects focused on bioeconomy. The first in 2017 to 2019, and the second started this year. Both are concerning the Danube region. So it is co-funded from the Danube transnational program. And I will speak or demonstrate the bioeconomy on these projects.
Okay, thank you very much. So we have these panelists. I have just one introductory question for all of you. We have been listening to speakers from also from Poland, from the Czech Republic, and I am just wondering, you have been discussing the strategy for bioecology, for circular economy, that this has been missing. And my question is, what do you think about these strategies on paper? And maybe it's very similar in the Czech Republic as in Poland, but I'm not sure about the Switzerland, because sometimes in the history of our country that we have lots of papers on everything and nothing is happening at all. And then in certain areas, we actually do not have anything on a paper and something is really developing and people are getting better. So just your personal point of view, how badly we need some kind of a strategy, and should it be just paper or should it be just the changing of people's mind rather than having something on paper? If you don't mind, I will start with Dasha. What's your personal view on that?
Yeah, actually, before the discussion, I was thinking about what are really the main challenges in the field of bioeconomy. And I thought that the biggest challenge in the biochemistry sector, in the whole economy, I would say, is basically the mindset change, as you said, because we need to change our behavior, our consumption behavior, and the way how we use our materials in the whole. In their life cycle process or in their life cycle. So that's the mindset change, which is the most important. And if you speak about the papers and strategies, yeah, we know that we have many strategies which are not working in practice. But I think it's really important for the policymakers to know that the topic is important, which is one thing. And then the second thing is what we say, like the bottom-up approach, that things are going on even without any strategies. And I think we, the consumers, private sector, academics, all of us are consumers somehow. So we need to do start to change within ourselves and start to do something, from the bottom, because as you said, there are many strategies. We even don't have any strategy for bioeconomy, but it's not the main point to have a strategy.
Thank you very much. Eva, what's your personal view on this issue?
I do think that it's really necessity to have a strategy, not like a paper, but a change of economic and political view and view of the whole society. It's not just an appendix to have industry, agriculture, and bioeconomy. But bioeconomy is a structural change which could be involved in all these parts of economy, and it's the crucial thing. If there is still this situation when bioeconomy is something like appendix and nobody knows about it, and our ministry said, oh, it's our extra work and we are not interested in it because we don't have time and people and we are just out of this process. So it's not support from society. Doesn't matter if political, economic, etc. And we can see it in other countries, as I had the opportunity within this Power for Bio project, that all these West or former Western countries have this support from state. They are also now at the position when this bottom-up access is also very active, very lively. But they at first had the support from state, because my last sentence, when I am in a direct meeting or discussion with our people from region and people who want to have their business in this new sector like bioeconomy, they are taking some risk for them. And if they don't have any kind of support from other side, so they are not motivated in this. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Pavla, still in the Czech Republic, what do you think? Do we need some kind of strategy on the national level, at least that people would pay attention? Because if it's not in the strategy, it's not important for anybody.
I think that the strategy itself is not the goal, but maybe. For me, the worst thing in the Czech Republic is that there is no government body, no government department or person function that would be devoted to bioeconomy. And actually, Czech Republic, from this point of view, looks like, I wanted to say Neanderthals, can't find the word for English. And actually, you know, I will tell you the story. When we started with the first project, the Danube BioWalNet in 2017, it was new to us that bioeconomy exists and what it means. And we wanted to learn. I spoke to people at the Ministry of Environment, people at the Ministry of Agriculture, and actually I didn't get Ministry of Industry and Trade, and actually I didn't get any reaction, any answer. So I came to the point that I, as a partner in a Danube region project, know more than the people at the ministries, and that this is not logical, and actually this can't work. We need a coordinator, we need a body that would systematically develop the concept. And actually, that's why we as National Cluster Association were invited to the project, because there was a task that clusters can be the carriers of new concepts. And that's why we were implementing the project. And yes, we reached some results of awareness, but not enough, because if ministry is not active or nobody at the office of the government takes it as a task, no reaction to the update of the European strategy, which was carried out in 2018. So it is difficult. It's difficult. And now in the second project, we have the task to attract and involve the local government players and show them the importance of bioeconomy for local economy, jobs, using local material, local resources, and so on. This is very important. So I am really pity. It's a pity that there is no governance of bioeconomy in the Czech Republic.
Thank you very much for the contribution. Piotr, in Poland, does it sound familiar? All these answers to this question?
The problem is much more complicated because, okay, strategy on the national level is something must-have for me, because it allows us to simplify some many actions. However, it must be not one-time issued document. Such strategies should be updated regularly, because, for example, 5 years ago, we are in totally different moment that we are now. So the government should issue this strategy and then update it constantly or almost constantly to make sure they're always focused on the main point for now or for the nearest future. But on the other hand, we have some, let's say them enthusiasts or early adopters who will, usually risking their own money, go into the projects other way. Okay, we are lucky enough as the EU members that even without strategy and without money from our government, we can take something from the union and build some projects. But still, we need to target our society, to make the society reach that level that they will demand bioeconomy, bioproducts from the bottom, not from the up. Because when the society will reach that level, okay, we want to live on a green planet, we want to get healthy food, we want to take care of our waste, that's the moment that things will speed up really, really fast. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. we will get into the mindset and what could be done on our personal individual level later on. So I will ask Moses, we see from abroad Switzerland as a developed country in terms of, you know, pushing the bioeconomy, circular economy forward. What do you find the most important factor in that respect? Is it kind of a national strategy, or is it the mindset, traditional mindset of people in Switzerland? What do you think has been helping a lot in that respect?
So I can speak out of a startup perspective, right? So I think, like, in my opinion, what helps a lot is that Switzerland has this huge ecosystem. Obviously, it's because of the funds that are available, ecosystem of private and public, and also a mixture of both institutes that are specifically targeted at supporting innovation, and also not just innovation in general, but innovation specifically in sustainability, and also in this case through economy, green economy, and so on, and thereby enabling exactly this change and this incentive also in the economy itself for companies, also for people like our young team that we. Of course, we are rather young, so we do not have too much to lose. But on the other side, also we have a lot of risk taken away from the company, from the government, to start a project like this, because we can apply for, if we go through the checklist of InnoSwiss, is called the institute, and we check their boxes. We actually can apply for almost unlimited funds for our project, as long as we can prove that exactly this change and impact will be created. I think, on the other hand, though, Switzerland, if you compare it, for example, to Germany, has on a systemic level, though, a few problems. Like, we sort a lot less of our garbage. We just pretty much burn everything. We have a lot lower recycling rates than other so-called developed countries. So I think Switzerland has on the economic level has a great development, because there's so much support. However, on the just societal level and the mindset level, I think there still is a lot of potential, and also a lot of necessity to further increase awareness, and also just motivation, because like we're so small, so we have a direct democracy, right? So should people actually really want to sort their garbage, they could just start an initiative to implement that, but that still just does not happen. So I think it's from a startup perspective, it's definitely these innovation ecosystems which are extremely helpful. But from like a consumer side of view, I think there's still way too little done, and also just too little support from the government on this side as well. Because here, like Switzerland, like they have a CO2 Act, they have I wrote it down, a Green Economy Action Plan, and the Green Economy Action Plan is voluntarily based. So there's too little incentive for the other side also, or just like promotion for the other side to also bring more change into this.
Thank you. Maybe I have one more question for you. We will start from you. Still, Switzerland, we are still in Europe. You know, we are facing probably very different issues than the people in developed world. That's first, we have to admit that. We are rich countries. Poland, the Czech Republic, Slovakia, Switzerland, people are rich. I don't want to say, but sometimes people are spoiled. I mean, they have reached already certain level of luxury. And it seems, especially if we see some concepts of bioeconomy and circular economy, maybe people should sacrifice a bit. You know, people should start saving or anything. Have you seen in Switzerland that people would be willing and able to sacrifice in certain areas? Or not at all?
I would wish that people would be willing to, but I don't think or unfortunately, I don't think that the general public is willing to sacrifice like luxuries for things like this, because if they would, it would start to happen, right? Yeah.
Okay, Piotr, how it is in Poland? Because I'm in Poland together with Czech Republic, and Slovakia has probably, you know, developed very quickly in the last 30 years, we have seen a great development of our countries, and now people would have to, you know, be, let's say, safe a bit. Is that the thing which you would like to approach people in Poland? Would they sacrifice something at least?
Honestly, I don't think so, because that's probably typical that some group of consumers have, I would say, overconsumption. They buy a food that later they throw it out. They buy clothes that they don't need. Okay, COVID here somehow stopped this tendency, but we are still at the moment that we want to possess, consume, have, etc., more and more. So I would say that at this moment, probably nobody or almost nobody, because we have some really lovely people that they are enthusiasts and they care about the planet, but except of them, almost nobody is ready to sacrifice anything.
So let's go to the Czech Republic and see whether we are willing to sacrifice a bit. Dasha, you can start with.
Yeah, I just to react because I think the key role of us here is also the raising awareness of this, that we have the problems of sustainable development and what impacts we do have on our planet. I really love the American Indian proverb saying that we do not inherit our planet or our land from our ancestors, but we borrow it from our kids. So I think it's something we need to explain to people, but also there is one another important thing, even I would say the most important one, is the education and role of education of really small kids. And if we educated the next generation not to waste, to use our resources in a very responsible way, then I think it's the way to go, because I don't see a big chance to change the whole society like today or like our generations even. So we have really to focus on the education of the kids to change.
You stole my next question, because there should be what would be the role of education, but we will come to it just later in the next turn. Eva, what do you think about, are people in České Budějovice willing to sacrifice a bit? But
unfortunately, I don't think that people are willing to sacrifice anything. Maybe because the feeling, at least in České Budějovice and maybe in Czech in general, is that we are, even if we are relatively in a good position or life conditions are relatively good, but we are still comparing ourselves with Germany and other Western countries, and we are not as good as they are. So they are in front of us, and they in the position they have to sacrifice firstly, and maybe then we will follow. Not like this. It's a very simplifying. Yeah, but one argument is like that. It's not maybe the only one and the most important, but is the argument that exists. And yeah, I think it's like that. And even if there is a discussion, and I think even in mostly in Switzerland and in a very wealthy countries about this guarantee wages, that for all people, doesn't matter if they are working or not, if they have job or not. I think in Czech country is not very supported. Even it would be so good for sustainability, as people have these guarantees, and COVID situation doesn't help in this case, from my opinion.
Thank you very much, Pavla. What's your view? You already expressed your bit of skepticism. So are you a bit optimistic about people being able to sacrifice in the future, at least a bit, to save the planet?
In my opinion, it is not a question of sacrificing yourself. it's a question of coming with new idea. It's a question of having a good governance. It's a question to have the targets and the ways how to fulfill them, and make it clear to everybody that if we all keep to certain rules and go and use certain materials better than those fossil and so on, that our planet, our children and their children and the further generations will have an easier life. So is this a sacrificing? I would say not. It's like a mission. So it's more important.
Thank you very much. Just one example I can give you. It's a pity that we do not have also some guests from the Netherlands, because I spent some time in the Netherlands and I was very much surprised by basic principles which I have observed on the streets. You know, I'm not saying that in every family, but I have seen it especially on the Queen's Day, that small kids are forced actually to go outside and sell their toys on the street to the other kids. And once they sell their own toys, only afterwards they are able to buy the new ones. So this is the circular economy par excellence, I think, starting from the kids. So actually you teach kids that only afterwards you actually used your own resource, you can only have another one, that everything has its own price. I think I was very much, surprised by this, and I think this is an example how to go forward with that teaching and learning about circular economy. And I'm trying to tell this to my kids, and of course they are not listening to that much, and nobody is willing to buy the old thing. We are just throwing away the things, So what do you think about this example, Dasha? Is that the kind of role of education should play in that respect? Family, education, and so on.
It's not only up to the school system, but it's also up to us as parents. I got 2 kids and they are really already thinking in a circular way every time. And I have one more remark to the sacrifices, because I think we will have to, it's not that we should, but we will have to sacrifice something when a crisis comes. And well, let's see the current situation, a crisis, which is not an environmental crisis totally. It's a health crisis, but somehow it's an economic crisis, a global crisis. And we really have to sacrifice many, many things. So this will happen in the future again. And we will have to sacrifice other things, for instance. So we don't want to do it now, but we will have to do it in the future. And as soon as we do it, it's going to be better. So just one remark to the old question. Sorry.
You're muted.
We can't hear you, Aleš.
I'm sorry. So I also made a mistake. It's unbelievable, this one. The comment from auditorium, my opinion is that instead of saying the term consumption, we must turn it to the benefit of the planet and not our own, and strive for sustainability, economy, nature, and life. The problem is that people, especially in positions, politicians, are hypocritical, and we should constantly strive to educate young people and contribute to solving this problem. So not only the top-down approach, because we need some certain kind of state strategy, we need that it's a priority, it's an issue, and we need some support. As Moses says, also the support is very important, not only to individuals, but also to small firms, SMEs, and so on. But also we need to raise awareness from the bottom, in families and at schools and so on. You mentioned also the big phenomena, which is the COVID situation. Do you think that the COVID situation might help in a certain way actually to start thinking more about bioeconomy and circular economy? Moses, what do you see? Do you think it might be a factor actually speeding up a way towards sustainable development? I don't know how bad it is in Switzerland. I didn't check the statistic, and you might be aware of the fact that the Czech Republic is the leading country in this issue, unfortunately.
Oh, I was not aware, but thank you for letting me know. Switzerland is fairly okay. So we still have lockdown, and it's not anymore the strict one as before, but you're still supposed to stay home office, blah blah. I guess we all know the story. COVID, I think, has a benefit in so far that people just are forced to consume less. So of course, you also have the opposite reaction of where people just go mass online shopping and just flood themselves also in consumerism, but also you have the other thing of where people actually just start to take care of their homes, renovate their homes, put in actual insulation and stuff like that, which just increase energy efficiency. But I don't quite see how COVID, a crisis like this, can further support sustainable development. I might be missing something, so maybe help me out there.
Okay, Piotr, what do you think? What do you think? Do you think that the COVID situation might change something towards our goals?
I think yes, and it may change, it already changed something from the bottom, because there is a significant group of people who, let's say, were closed in their house, okay, due to change of their habits and switching into home office, etc., etc. And for example, they started to grow their own vegetables if they only had some even smaller place to do so. And they started to think circularity, how can then reuse anything, but not from the point of thinking like bioeconomy, but from the way that they want to minimize getting out and contacting with the society. But still, from the point of view of the planet, they increase their circularity. So yes, however, just to, let's say, a short joke, I think that at the very beginning of the COVID, we had a lot of increase of waste, because suddenly when the first lockdown came into the Poland, almost all of the food from shops disappeared. So I'm almost sure that significant amount was later thrown away when it get out of their date.
Okay, Pavla, what do you think? The COVID situation, about the COVID situation might change certain way of behavior of people. Turn off the microphone is off.
I am also skeptic with this, that a direct influence or something may happen. I don't know. Yes, people may have more time to think of what to do, but they also should get more information, more, how to say, availabilities to learn new things. So the communication is not very constructive from the government or from the people, from ministries and the specific bodies in circular economy and bioeconomy too. Especially, older people don't know what to do with this or that. I learned from my daughter that the box of milk should be placed in a certain paper container, blue one, but not in every. So it must be must have a special mark that it is also for these boxes. So I think that yes, we have more time to think, and we can work in our households, and we can realize more things. But we would need also much more information about all the problems and its also the opportunities around. So
thank you. Now I just read to Eva another opinion in the discussion, and that might be another change of behavior, that Janko think that this pandemic situation will come to us like a boomerang. After a long time in isolation, people start to be more greedy than as usually. So that might be another move that you want to actually compensate for everything you have suffered so far. How would you see this opinion?
Okay. Thanks for this question. It's a very provoking question from my point of view. And I do agree in some way, or yeah, to some part. Maybe from some part of society, maybe, you know, from young people will be the feeling like this, and could be, but I do believe short time behavior like this. What I'd like to hope and to believe in, that this COVID crisis or pandemic crisis will give us another opportunity, just an open door for another solution, another way of life, as it was in 2008 with global financial crisis. And at that time, green economy appeared. So there is also this opportunity for a new green economy or something similar like that. And it depends on ourselves and also on economists as such. I am economist in my profession, and I'm also teacher of economy. And I do believe if economy, which is teaching at the universities, not just in Czech Republic, but all over the world, will a little bit change just as a pluralism and give at that time, now at that time in COVID crisis, how to handle with this situation. So if there are this great different opinions on that, so that young people will be given this broader view to the situation. So there is a chance, hope, that something new can, not inevitably, but can change, and not everything will be bad. It's an opportunity, chance.
Thank you very much. And I will start with Dasha, actually asking two questions at the same time. One is, what is her opinion, whether people maybe have learned something during the isolation and they will copy the patterns afterwards, or they will immediately jump out of their homes and start behaving again and trying to compensate for what they have lost. That's my first question. And then I will read the question from the auditorium. So what do you think, Dasha? Are you optimistic or pessimistic or realistic?
I actually, personally, I don't know. I would be more pessimistic, because I think that some people may think about the change, but the majority of population will not change anything. Even though I think what is missing here is the discourse. If we have a strong political discourse saying, look at this situation as a challenge, because it's a huge, deep crisis, but we should take it as a challenge. And we will have to pour a lot of money into the economic system again. So let's change this system into more greener, into a more circular economic system, because we know that this current system doesn't work, and that's why we have this crisis. So, I mean, if we had someone in political leadership who would say this, I think the situation might help or might be changing. But instead we hear that no Green Deal, that's no way to take a Green Deal in the account, because we want to do our industry as it was before, and that's not the way, basically. So I think that people might change their views, but they need to hear this, and this is not what's happening. So I'm a bit pessimistic.
Just for our foreign friends, also the guests in the panel from Moses and Piotr, we will wait for fall, because in fall we have a general elections in our country, and we will see what's going to happen, because we might expect some fundamental changes, maybe some fundamental changes in the discourse. So we will see, just to let you know that we are somewhere before the maybe fundamental changes in that respect, also in respect with the Green Deal and all these policies. There's since we are also focus on academic questions that we saw from the, and also some conceptual issues. So there is a question from Mila Lapka, and he asked whether we are able in Central and Eastern Europe, let's put it this way, to develop certain conceptual framework on bioeconomy, whether we are able to do so, or whether we will be just copying the things from the West and from the EU. So this is a very interesting question. I think in the Czech Republic, we have on everything our own approach. We say, no, you know, we are very special. We have to do it in a different way. So Dasha, I will start with you. What do you think?
I think what my colleague Pavel said, the most important thing is the context and the local context. So we can for sure produce some Central or East European strategy, but I think we should focus on the region as much as possible. And of course, we are able to cooperate, I think, at the level of like in academy, of course, but maybe not in the political level, because there, well, I'm very critical to the current political situation, I have to say that. But maybe if we have some enlightened leaders, then it will be possible. But I can't see it now, unfortunately. And it's not only the question of the Czech Republic, it's Poland, it's Hungary. Slovakia has also some huge political problems, so not now.
Well, I have a Hungarian wife, and I just wanted to make a joke that what's wrong with Hungary, but this is just a trying to be funny, but just Eva, what do you think? Are we going to develop some kind of a conceptual framework in Central Europe, or is it important at all?
I like to divide this question into two parts. One thing is what we need. I think that the situation is like that we really need our own conception, because we are a little bit in a different situation and as the Western countries and European old countries. But unfortunately, from my point of view, we are in a situation, as we mentioned at the beginning of our debate, that our government, ministries, etc., are not interested in this. So we can try to develop it in a bottom-up or and a local, regional, in some academic institutions, in INSEAD, etc. But to be a really strong alternative to this European Western parts strategies or definition, and so it's not enough. So we are now in a position when we are like a sleeping part of Europe, and it seems that these Western parts are waking up or trying to wake up us and to follow this bioeconomy way. Just come with us and etc. So when we are following them and not so very fastly, it's different. It's difficult, I think, now at this position to make our own idea of bioeconomy. But maybe I am wrong, and I be like, or I do hope I am wrong. But it seems to me like that.
Thank you for the comment. But we are sleeping. But at least we are sleeping beauty. You know, that's another issue. Pavla, what do you think? Are we going to come up with something special, like always?
Yeah, it is not a prince which we should wait for the kiss. We should not wait at all. And actually, I am very glad that we have at least the bottom-up initiatives like INSEAD, like the platform, a bioeconomy platform of the Czech Republic, which are active bodies, which have members and who attract the attention of policymakers to the issue. Because without the governance, it means without somebody who would lead and manage in a systematic way, even the ministries, because you know, in Czech Republic we have sectoral division of the economy. And in bioeconomy, we go through from agriculture to processing, up to the impacts in environment and so on. So local development and many others. So there must be something like interministerial group established. Somebody must lead it. Best if it would be the office of the government, and this must work. Otherwise, we will not reach anything. This was the process which started in Italy several years ago, before they formed the people, the experts, the bodies, the institutions towards the government bioeconomy strategy. So we still miss the first step, that somebody at the government wakes up, not waiting for our case, but
Okay, that's a personal view. Moses, I would like to ask you a question, because we have some comment on the education, that now they are presenting 2 Erasmus courses in English at the University of Jan Evangelista Purkyně in Ústí nad Labem, which is a former land which was actually heavily industrialized, and now they are trying to develop innovative solutions and so on. So they have sustainable management of contaminated sites, global environmental changes, and so on. How do you see the role of education in Switzerland in terms of sustainable development? Is it also part of the of education to focus on this sustainable development? Does it play a role in Switzerland in general?
So in general, I think so, yes, for sure. But like, in my opinion, it's on the university level, it's definitely represented. We have sustainable development, you all know these kind of courses, which are really helpful and important. But in my opinion, what is really missing is on the lower levels, where just in the very beginning, primary school, secondary school, we learn about sustainability to a certain extent, but it's a small part of geography. It's a small part of biology. Here and there, it's all spread over. We talk a little bit about sustainability and it's mentioned, but we do not have a class called circular economy. We do not have a class called just sustainability in general. And so in my opinion, we have a lot of young people which go on Fridays for Future, go on these demonstrations and whatnot. But after the demonstrations, they go into H&M, buy a pullover and go to McDonald's to eat a burger, which is just obviously something is not working, right? So I think that on the academic level, Switzerland is definitely well represented and it's going well. As mentioned before, there are all these institutes, private and public, working to further implement sustainable development and innovation. But in my opinion, it's like at the very basis where this is missing, that in your general school education, this is a part which is far too little addressed. And also right now, as far as I'm aware, unfortunately, I'm half German, so I'm not allowed to vote here, so I'm not entirely up to date. But as far as I'm aware right now, there is not enough movement in the education system on this primary and secondary level implementing this change. Here and there are some small changes, but just not enough. Of course, there's also a systemic problem that Switzerland is also divided into cantons, right? So you have the general federal government saying you're supposed to do this, but then each canton can decide what they do then themselves again. So some cantons have it a bit more. Basel is actually quite okay, but then you have others which it's just even worse represented. So that's also why I believe that's a problem, like not just doing something as simple as just separating your garbage, which isn't mandatory, can exist. So I think, yeah, it's this combination of where the younger population is not educated enough on this level. Yes.
Since you mentioned there that you are half German, would you consider Germany as a nice benchmark in terms of sustainability and in terms of circular bioeconomy? Is it the country which we can learn from something?
Well, I think Germany is in a quite comfortable position as they have, they could benefit from their technological development and all that. So they're super rich and had a lot of time to implement these things. So of course, I think we can learn from them in the sense of where you want to be. But I wouldn't be so sure if you can just take them as this thing and okay, we do it now and go forward like this. So I think maybe if you're comparing Switzerland to Germany, yes, we can say Switzerland should take an example from Germany. But if you consider different countries, I also think like in bioeconomy and circular economy, you're so much focused on also your local waste, right? So trying to take a system from somewhere else, it just isn't possible, as you have different waste streams, also different waste quantities, and also different industry sectors which enable different usages of these wastes, right? So kind of.
Thank you. For me, at least, it sounds very funny if someone from the Switzerland says that these Germans are super rich. But it maybe it's just my perception. But you know, maybe I should go. I was in Switzerland just once, so I should go there again and look a bit more carefully, just in that respect. So let's go to Poland. Piotr, what do you think in the role of education, primary education, university education? Do you have something already? You know, focusing on bioeconomy, on the principle circular economy, sustainable development in the whole educational system, or it's still needed to be done?
I would say it's the same as Switzerland. At the university level, you have a lot of classes, faculties, scientists, etc., 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 but nothing's happening in the school system. And if we want to change the behavior of the society, we should start at the first possible moment. So I don't know, why not start in a kindergarten? Why do not explain those kids, okay, segregate and look carefully of the waste. If you need to, or you have to bring something, use a cotton bag, not a plastic, not a paper one, etc., etc. Just build small habits, small, I don't know, everyday small changes. Yes, okay. Take a look. If you don't want to eat 3 sandwiches, just tell your mother to do 1 or 2, not to waste the third one, because probably when you don't eat it, it will end up in a trash can sooner or faster. So let's think and consume only the things that you really need, because now nothing's happening. And in Poland, when it comes to, I don't know, for example, bringing back some glass bottles, if I will tell you how complicated is it to bring back the glass bottle with, let's say, non-alcoholic beer back to the shop after drinking it, you probably won't believe me, because you need to have a check that you bought it here, and you can give it back only in this shop and only in this amount that you bought previously. So you cannot take a bottle and go to another shop, because probably they won't get it from you. That's crazy. That's crazy in terms in bioeconomy.
Okay, Piotr, thank you very much. Pavla, okay, you raising your hand, and then I will go to the last round, because we have last 6 minutes. So I would like to ask you the last question. Pavla, what's your comment?
Very quick reaction. Yes, you said it is a pity that we don't have the Netherlands among us for discussion. And I can very quickly bring my experience. In 2016, we had a World Cluster Conference in Eindhoven. And at our opening dinner, we had a soup tomato. And we got an explanation before we started our meal what soup tomato this is. It is a recycled food gathered from surplus waste bread and tomatoes from McDonald's. And the new soup was cooked from this. And the company who did it gathers and has this cooperation with McDonald's, gathers all the waste of the day which is good, in a good condition, and makes soups and puts them in a sack, which is vacuum kept and sold next day. So it, for me, this is marvelous. This is exactly what I would do. I am the old type of person who likes to save everything. My kids hate me.
Excellent for that example, and I'm sure, as I know Dutch people, they have also saved the money on that. I'm almost positive about it. So it was not only sustainable but also cheaper. I can tell you that that's okay. So we have 5 to 6 minutes. I'm sorry for those who actually put their question. There are the comments, but you can all read it. I will start with our foreign guests, and you have already mentioned some of it. If you would be able to start some kind of an, change in your behavior, to have some suggestion, some advice, what would you start tomorrow on your individual or family level? You will start something which would actually support bioeconomy or the circular economy, which you don't do till now. So what you will start doing tomorrow at home, at your family, which would contribute? And second question, what would you advise to do tomorrow on the state level, on your state level? So you have just these two options. You are paid tremendously for these two advices. So what would you think about? Moses, please, individual and actually state level measure.
So individually, I'd say, because my apartment is a bit old, so I would start isolating it to make it more energy efficient. I was wanting to do that the whole time, didn't do it yet. And on a state level, in my opinion, I think a combination from education, implementing education courses on the primary school level, and on the other hand, also creating economic incentive, because Swiss people are stingy. And if you make sustainable products cheaper and less sustainable products more expensive, you'll have to shift by itself. So I think these two incentives actually would be quite great and would be a nice starting point, which also does not require people to sacrifice.
Thank you very much. We will send it as a special paper, special advice to the Czech government afterwards. Don't worry. And then we will share the profit. So, Piotr, what would you advise in the policy setting and at your individual level?
At my individual level, I'm slightly a hard person because I already have a compost in my house. I segregate all of the bio waste and turn to fertilizer. I have scheduled installation of the photovoltaics and heat pump for the summer, and I cannot speed it up because I will freeze before they will do this. But still, I must say, I still from time to time, I still threw away some food, and that's definitely something that I would love to end. And also, I probably, like almost everybody in the big city, I still think I possess too much. I have some clothes that I don't need. So probably as a short time, I would stop buying things that I really do not need and think not twice, but several times if I really need this piece of clothing. But at the national level, I would go once again to the education. I would start some programs, if, for example, with the high school and with the elementary school, of course, on some different levels, to show how important may be the summary of small actions, because somebody may think that my small action is not important. No, but when you combine it within the million times, it's extremely important. And to show to the people that even their small activities summed up and pieced up together may turn into some significant change, and the change that we really need.
Thank you very much. Great. Then we will discuss what is the size of your clothes, and maybe I can get something for free. Okay, Pavla, what is your view? You have already expressed some ideas. So what would you do on your individual level? That's what I'm interested in.
It is difficult because, of course, the circular economy already has its rules, and I am so glad that my grandson, who is 2 years and a quarter, recognizes colors according to the containers of individual waste. And one morning when I came to the kitchen in a blue skirt, t-shirt. So he said, paper, paper. He called the color paper because we have containers, blue containers for paper, and this is fantastic. Yeah. So I am not afraid that the younger generation would miss something. They are on a good way. The problem is perhaps with the older to understand why the bioeconomy is important. And we didn't mention that we also need to continue in our life, even without oil, without fossil resources. And this is important, how we will replace them. And this is for thinking in research institutes for scientists and also for practical technologies. And for example, do we know something about biorefineries? Tell me who from the Czech Republic knows about a biorefinery in the Czech Republic, which is good and which functions well. I found one. Eva, you don't say which I have in mind, because nobody knows. But there is a well-working, fantastic biorefinery working with wood. As Sonia mentioned, what shall we do with the wood? And we can say we can use it for biorefineries because we will get energy and other products, clean products, bio-based products, and so on. So this is for the individual level, perhaps.
Very shortly for the state level, because we are running out of time. Thank you.
Yes, but I will mention that the biorefinery is Lenzing in Paskov near Ostrava. It's an Austrian company, and we have the plant here. And for the state, please, our prime minister or whoever, start a bioeconomy, national bioeconomy initiative. Give it some order, some framework, some steps, some mission, and open this issue for the Czech Republic. It's important.
Thank you very much. We will tell him, however, he is now quite busy with the vaccination himself. So then maybe he will time next week.
So this is the worst impact of COVID to bioeconomy.
Okay, Eva, what is your suggestion?
Yeah, I can follow this Pavla presented already about this. I can start with biorefinery as it could be more announced, and from the I'm starting with the state level, so this case, and if we are to follow some environmental recommendation, I think for people it must be done in a very modest way, or that if I want to separate my waste, I don't need to go, I don't know, 200 kilometers to put it to some separation place, but to have it just in front of my home. So it's my opinion, just not to be very strict, but to be more open to people, that to motivate them than to punish them. And from my and education, it was mentioned many times, education, just what's a chain from this kindergarten up to university. And personally, from my point of view, I have to, or I could have to change my using car. I'm a lazy person and I'm starting to use car if it's not even necessary. So it's my open possibility to change my behavior.
Thank you very much. I cross my fingers for you, and we will check you next week whether you will be driving or walking or cycling. Just take an example from our Dutch colleagues in the Netherlands using the bikes. And in České Budějovice, it's also flat. So you don't worry about going uphill. So there is no excuse. Use the bike.
We have share bikes. Yeah.
Oh, okay, excellent, excellent.
Everything is prepared for the change of behavior of people like me using car a lot.
Okay, so now we have Dasha. Dasha, what's very briefly, what's your last suggestion for what you will start doing tomorrow in your family, even more than you have been doing so far?
Very briefly, in one sentence, I think I've achieved quite a lot in the minimum waste way of life, but still we produce quite a lot of plastic waste. So I would like to minimize that. For other people, I would suggest prevention of food waste, because 1/3 of global food ends in the bin. So that's one thing, and everyone needs food. And to the higher level, I think it's the management of food waste, because that's the waste we have and material we can use, and it's not used at all.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you, all the panelists. We have learned a lot, and we will start changing our lives from tomorrow, or maybe from today, because Eva called me just 2 seconds ago and she started cycling this evening. She will not wait till tomorrow. She will start this evening. So it's a great challenge. So thank you very much. And we will continue with our presentations. It was great, really. We have fun even, and we have learned a lot. And then we go to the last section of our conference, which are best practices in bioeconomy and circular economy. And I will just make sure one thing, that we will finish by 3 o'clock, because some people have to devote their time to their families as well. So it's my pleasure to welcome Richard Hocký. Richard, welcome here. Hello, from the Institute of Microbiology of Czech Academy of Sciences. And so the floor is yours, and I will just make sure that we are on time.
Thank you very much. This is my presentation, which is named Algal Biotechnology in Bioeconomy and Good Examples from Applied Research in Our Center. At the first beginning, let me thank the organizers to invite me with this presentation. And I just switch on the full screen. I would like to say a few words about our institute. Our institute has been established in 1963, but the laboratory for algal research was founded in 1960. So we are 61 years old, and we are almost from the beginning in this beautiful building in South Bohemia town of Třeboň. Now we consist from 4 laboratories, and the one of them, which is laboratory of algal biotechnology, is connected with the bioeconomy. Sometimes it's very hard to explain what's important for us in bioeconomy, because we are focused on biology. So any connection with economy for us is bioeconomy. I tried to find out some definition of bioeconomy on the websites, and there are plenty of them. So I choose just one. Bioeconomy is production of renewable biological resources from waste streams and from biological sources. I would say that this principle is not new, it's very old, and I use this picture from the ancient times. So if you remember from your school, so-called Fertile Crescent, the birth of agriculture is birth of bioeconomy for the world population. Unfortunately, most of these cultures usually finish with the water or on the water. So I would add another part of this definition, which is some sort of innovation and collaboration between science and industry, especially industrial technology. And I would like to add that bioeconomy sometimes is very cool. It's very fashion, very modern, because all of these bioproducts, natural products, eco-friendly technologies, that's nice. But unfortunately, there are plenty of projects, including microalgae biotechnology project, lived only for the time when the grants granted for them and then immediately finished. In many cases, I would say
that we would like to reinvent the wheels. For example, you might expected me to talk about algae for food. It's not new. Even during the World War I, there were ideas how to use microalgae for feeding the army in Germany. Same with World War II, when the Nazis wanted to get more fuel from the microalgae for their tanks, and also the idea of the 50s, how to feed the hungry world by microalgae would never happened. If we talk about the algae itself or themselves, we usually talk about macroalgae. Macro means great, huge, which are kelp or seaweeds in English. In Czech, we usually use word chaluhy, which means brown algae, not the seawater algae themselves. Our institute is from the very beginning is involved in microalgae, which is microscopic microorganisms. Not all of them are simple plants, because we also work with cyanobacteria, which are more or less bacteria, not the plants. So you all might probably know chlorella or spirulina or dunaliella from food market, etc. So what sources we have, and I try to switch this, yes. What sources we have and what's the phase of the product from microalgae. We can use microalgae not from the fish pond, as many people would say, but we've got our own collection. We use microalgae from the world's collection. We do our own bioprospection, which means that scientists go to the terrain, to the field, and collect the microalgae from the water bodies, from seas, from caves, or everything you can imagine. We have to cultivate these microorganisms, and I would like to stop in two terms. First one is autotrophy, and second one is heterotrophy. Autotrophy means photosynthesis, and I will talk about it a little bit later. Heterotrophy is quite different system of growing microalgae, and these algae never see light. Then when you collect the biomass at the end, you have to downstream the biomass. It means that we have to do something with the biomass. We have to dry it, we have to extract something, we have to convert it into something important. At the end, we might have some products, and we usually talk about low value or high value product, which is very important. For example, low value would be fuel. Surprisingly, fuel is low value product. High value product would be some kind of medicine, for example. And then we've got some circular or bioeconomical challenges. How can we utilize wastewater? How can we utilize waste heat, CO2? How can we utilize food industry waste? And if it's possible to reuse of media or reuse of water from the whole processing. Just for your imagination, that's the picture from a so-called closed production system. That's from Austria, from a company who went already bankrupt. And this is another picture from south of Spain, where we participated on one special project. I will mention it a little bit later. As I said before, photosynthesis is the key for the whole life on the planet Earth, which means that you have CO2 from the atmosphere, water from the planet, and nutrients. And of course, you receive light energy, usually in nature from sun or from some other light sources. And at the end, you've got biomass and oxygen. I have to say that oxygen is very toxic for microalgae, and we usually have to release it from our production systems. So again, photosynthesis means transformation of light energy into chemical energy. Someone said before word bioraffination. This is the ideal scheme. The ideal way is change problem into the product. So this is what we would like to have in the future. We all dream about that in our dreams during night. And unfortunately, it didn't work this way. So if we compare there are many ideas or many theory that are about the algal biotechnology, and one of them is that microalgae is very productive system. Yes, you are right. That's correct information, because microalgae don't have any roots, any branches like apple trees, for example. So if you compare productivity of rapeseed, weeds, maize, and at the end it's chlorella, which is microalgae, the production of dry weight tons per hectare per year is much higher, even in a little bit cold season in the Central Europe. On the other side, it's very expensive. So to say just that the microalgae is very productive, it's not the whole truth. It's also very expensive. Algae as a source of protein or oil, which means fuel, is it's not cost competitive. So the question is how we can decrease production cost of algae. You can read it easily what we can do with decreasing the price, but I would say the best way is to switch to high value product. And at the end, I will tell you what kind of project are focused on the high value in our institute. Many times people think that microalgae biotechnology, even our research colleague thinks that we will solve the problem with wastewater using microalgal biotechnology. But there are plenty of advantages of mineral or buying fertilizers over the wastewaters. Most of all, they are certified. So if we would like to use algal biotechnology for food or feed products, we have to work with certified material. And also, if you calculate the price of your biomass at the end, the price or cost of nutrients is only in units of percent of the total cost of microalgae biotechnology. So, well, it's nice, but it's not so necessary. But there are several circumstances when we would like to work with waste nutrients. And of course, it would be nice if we can utilize waste nutrients. First of all, these waste nutrients should not contain any toxic compounds. It's very necessary if we have these waste sources in hands, I would say in hands, which means close to the production site. It must be stable source of nutrients. It must be connected with CO2, because the CO2 or carbon itself is very important for high biomass production. And always we have to calculate first. Very basic mathematics is more than enough. But as I said before, every time it depends on the fate of your biomass, if you would like to use it for feed or food, or if you like to use it for another industry. CO2 as a source of carbon is the most important, but as I said before, it's important only for so-called autotrophic production system. And unfortunately, atmospheric CO2 is not sufficient, because we would expect to have a huge volume of biomass. We would like to grow algae very fast, so concentration of CO2 in the atmosphere is not sufficient. And I've got two examples how mistaken could be ideas where we can place the algal biotechnology. For example, there is a biogas plant which produces 12,000 cubic meters of biogas a day, which is more or less half of that is CO2. So production of CO2 is 10,000 kilograms per day. So it would be enough for, let's say, 3 tons a day of algae production. So in Middle European weather condition, it would represent 300 hectares of open space of cultivation unit. It's almost impossible. Another example, my colleague told me that the average coal-fired power plant produces 9 million kilograms of CO2 a day. If you calculate everything very simple from the equation of photosynthesis, this amount our outdoor unit, which is 1,000 square meter, the daily productivity is 30 grams, which represent 0.0006% of daily CO2 production of average power plant. So think about using microalgal biotechnology as a solving problems with CO2 is something in the far future. As I said before, there were some ideas where the microalgal biotechnology may help. One of them, we said we are able to feed the hungry world in the late 50s. The results, we were not able to do that. But on the other side, the research brought the basic principles how to do mass cultivation of microalgae, and started to work with one organism, special organism called spirulina. It's well known for starving children in Southeast Asia, South Asia, and also in Africa. Same situation with fuel. We never used the algae-based fuel, but on the other hand, we know now how to handle with starving the microalgae, how to push them to produce valuable products. We started to use the proper genetical engineering. The same situation with plastics. By the way, on the picture, there is a university in California. They used microalgae for producing boards for sea games. The plastics, we learn how to use the new separation techniques, how to do some chemical engineering, how to collaborate with chemical engineers to produce the valuable products. So I think it's now time. What time I've got left? I've got 15 minutes, so some still time. I would like to say some more information about our project, which are based on applied research, not on the fundamental research, except one. So the first of them is Interact cross-border project between Czech Republic and Austria, or better saying, between South Bohemia and Niederösterreich in Austria, which is called ReGain. It's using microalgal biotechnology to concentrate rare earth element from the waste and gain these elements back from the algal biomass. These elements are sometimes called metals of the future. They are plentiful in all that batteries for new cars, for generators, for communication technology. They have a huge environmental impact. You heard several years ago that something happened with so-called red mud in Hungary. It's sometimes they can be very toxic. The deposits needs to be recovered, and also it has a lot of geopolitical consequences. China is of course the biggest producer of these rare elements in the world, and so the industrial world, especially North America and especially Europe, is fully dependent on import from Africa or from China. This project is focused on these microalgae who are able to concentrate these elements from waste, even from the solid waste. So the project aim is the recovery of these elements from the industrial waste using this microorganism, selection of the appropriate microorganisms, optimization of the culture process, and its focused on the e-waste, which means from electric waste, especially something which is called luminophore. That's from the bulbs and from this lighting technology. The strains we selected from different sources are able to accumulate at least 10% of their biomass. They are able to accumulate more than 10% of these elements in their biomass. We are able to bring new mutants and do selective accumulation. We just simply change their metabolism and they will focus on different elements. The ending products would be most possibly metal oxides, where the industry is able to receive these elements from the oxides, or fertilizers for the mostly Asian market, because some of these elements are similar to some fertilizers, so it's used also in agriculture. Another project, in this case, it's a European project, the Horizon 2020, is called Sabana. It's nearly by its end. The aim of the project, goal of the project, is to develop the robust, modular and economical viable cultivation system. The project is mainly focused on high value product. In this case, it's biopesticides and stimulants of growth of vegetables. The leading partner of this project is based in Almeria in south of Spain. That's the area where thousands of square meters of greenhouses producing vegetables. So there are huge demand for the natural biopesticides or natural sources of pesticides. And the rest of biomass, the low value product, is used as a feed for feed in aquaculture. The results of the project so far, as far as I know, the largest one is 5 hectares demonstration unit in Spain. And we already selected special strains of microalgae who are able to produce these biopesticides and stimulants of growth, and all were already tested on crop in Spain. And at the end, the crucial is price of the biomass, and our colleagues in Spain were able to cut the price as low as €2 per 1 kilogram, comparing to feed or food grade biomass, which is, let's say, around €30 per kilogram on the market, or from Asian sources, you might be somewhere on €12 per 1 kilogram. If you need more information, please contact Professor Masoidek from our institute. Another project concerning the high value product is a project from Dachre called Phytocomplex. We play with one special colorant called astaxanthin. By the way, that's the color of salmon, or so-called salmon trout on Czech market. Astaxanthin is one of the strongest antioxidant on the market, and it's predominantly produced by microalgae called Haematococcus pluvialis. We are able to distinguish between different forms of astaxanthin, so-called monoesters, and we are able to play with mixture of these monoesters and prepare some special, we call it functional food, or something between medicine and food additives also. So we have already tested bioactivity of these products, and they are very promising. Thank you.
Just to let you know that they are heading towards the end.
Yes, that's another project called L-Genetics. The project was focused on fuel, but it's one of the projects focused on fundamental research, just for fun. That's how it works. It's like new art. So we used genetically modified microorganisms, and we try to teach them how to produce directly ethanol into the media where they grow. Another project together with South Bohemian University is called Algae for Fish. The trick is that we are able to improve to improve the development of brain of the prey fish, which are very valuable fish on the market. And also we play with different strain of microalgae to produce special fatty acids, which are important for the small fish fry. And just to name another project, Multistream, another European project based on food, feed and cosmetic industry using non-GMO organisms. algae for IBD, quite new project, again, of high-value products focused on special substances from microalgae, which might help to treat inflammatory bowel disease, for example, Crohn's disease. A brand new project, which is on the edge of synthetic biology, where we create organisms in the lab, how to rebuild photosynthetic organisms to increase efficiency. And last not least, project called Food for Future, which is a project or program of Czech Academy of Scientists, new approaches of sustainable food production and combining new results from the applied research. Conclusion for my presentation, I would say again that collaboration between science or research on one side and industry is interdisciplinary collaboration, and we have to help it as much as we could and can. Thank you very much for your attention.
Richard, thank you very much for your presentation, and I don't want to talk too much because now we have another presentation, which is from Zuzana Harmáčková from the Global Change Research Institute. So I will ask Zuzana to take the floor and ask her very kindly to try to limit the presentation into 20 minutes. We are still fine on time, but just I will let you know if you are 20 minutes or behind, okay?
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. I would like to share my screen with my presentation. It tells me that it's unable.
It's unable, okay. So it should be able, if Richard can actually stop sharing, that you should be able to share. If I'm not
try once again. Oh, now it's perfect. Thank you.
Okay, excellent.
All right. So at the moment, I'm hoping that you should see the presentation.
Yes,
can anyone
we see the presentation. We can see you. We can hear you. Everything is working perfect.
Thank you very much. Okay, perfect. So hello, everyone. Thanks very much for the opportunity to share our insights from our research projects that are related to sustainable landscape governance and bioeconomy. And specifically, I would like to talk about experience that we gained through 2 projects that were focused on user-oriented ecosystem services research in the Czech Republic. And I want to emphasize that this is by no means my own work. It's a work shared with colleagues from Department of Human Dimensions of Global Change from Czech Lab. Just to kind of like set the space for this presentation, I want to relate bioeconomy as the central theme of today's conference with the concept of ecosystem services. And basically how we see bioeconomy in the department is as some kind of strategy towards sustainability. And in just the same way we see ecosystem services as all the products and goods that we as people gain from nature, we see ecosystem services as a sustainability concept. And because these two are like tightly related, we want to present experience that we have from our projects which are related to ecosystem services, but also from this perspective with bioeconomy. So to kind of like set up the conceptual framework, when we talk about bioeconomy, quite often we talk either about resources, mostly about replacing fossil fuels with biofuels. We talk about biotechnology, and we quite often talk about agroecology. And of course, there are multiple other aspects of bioeconomy. But in principle, when we look at the literature, these 3 are quite like prominent. And as you can notice, most of them, or like all of them, are related to landscapes, land use, and like how natural resources are used. And in that perspective, the idea of ecosystem services, or like all the services and products and goods that we are gaining as humans from nature, that idea is very related, because both of these concepts and both of these strategies are related to resource use, to land use, and to the environmental and social sustainability of these 2. And how we see it is that these 2 sustainability phenomena are basically tightly linked, because the bioeconomic system that we envision for ourselves is dependent on ecosystem services and ecosystem service production. And on the other end, the way how we manage our landscapes within bioeconomy strategies has impacts on the production of ecosystem services. And crucially, all of these things are related to how we as people govern our landscapes and how we as people govern our economy. So we see inter-stakeholder dynamics and people's motivations and people's interactions as central to adopting sustainable bioeconomy and sustainable management of ecosystem services. And in our department and in the projects that I'm going to present, we take this as a cornerstone to our research. We are focusing on all different kinds of stakeholders who are involved in sustainable management and sustainable governance of landscapes. And we take, in general, a transdisciplinary research approach, which means that in our research, we are trying to involve stakeholders of different kinds, key actors, and we are trying to design our research in collaboration with them, meaning that we are trying not only to combine different disciplines, but also that we are trying to involve people from practice and policymakers and the public in our research. So the central terms that I'll be using a lot is participation, which means that stakeholders and key actors actively participate in our research, and knowledge co-creation, meaning that we are trying to co-create experience and co-create knowledge in collaboration with our stakeholders. So the first project that I would like to talk about, and from which I'm going to derive the lessons learned, is a project that, once again, is focused on sustainable governance of landscapes, and this time from the perspective of protected areas. For those who don't live in Europe, I'll be focusing on a network of protected areas, which is called Natura 2000. That is a European framework and European network of protected natural areas. And we have been a part of quite a large project that is looking at adaptive management of these areas. It's been a project that is funded by the European Union, the scheme called LIFE, and it lasts for almost 7 years, which is quite a generous time frame. And what is quite crucial about this project is that it is coordinated by the Ministry of Environment of the Czech Republic, which means that people from policymaking and people from practice are actually central to that project. And as you can see from the list of partners, we are combining some research partners and some partners from the National Administration of Nature Conservation, which is very important. For example, we have the Nature Conservation Agency of the Czech Republic, which is the central agency of the government, which is taking care of protected areas. And what we do in this project is that we focus on multiple goals. Some of them are more applied, some of them are more research oriented. But basically, the 4 major goals is to upgrade the management of Natura 2000 areas so that adaptive management becomes a central approach to nature conservation. We want to enhance cooperation with people who own land in these protected areas so that they are on board with the nature conservation goals that Natura 2000 areas have. We are trying to assess multiple types of benefits that people gain from Natura 2000 areas, to have some kind of overview. What are the multiple types of values and where are the multiple types of benefits that we are actually getting from these areas? And what are the reasons why we protect them? And finally, we are trying to employ ecosystem services assessment in decision-making on natural capital. And for that purpose, we are trying to set up a platform with stakeholders who would communicate on the national level and who would be able to exchange around the theme of sustainable landscape governance and ecosystem services. And how does knowledge co-creation and participation and collaboration with stakeholders play into this? So for the first goal, to reach the upgrade in natural management, we need to tightly collaborate with the administrations of the protected areas. To be able to enhance the cooperation with land users, we need to collaborate with the owners and enhance our communication with the owners of land. For the goal of assessing the benefits of Natura 2000 areas, we need to collaborate with different kinds of beneficiaries, different types of people who actually reap some benefits from the areas. And for the last goal of implementing ecosystem services in decision-making, we need to collaborate with a wide community of stakeholders who are somehow involved with ecosystem services in the Czech Republic. And in this presentation, I'm focusing mainly on the final 2 goals because they are related to research and to the collaboration with actors from practice. Just to give you a brief overview of what the research side is looking at, we collaborate in an interdisciplinary way with multiple experts from both economics and biophysical modeling and social science, let's say, to assess multiple different kinds of benefits that we are getting from the landscapes. We're focusing on biophysical values, economic values, and social cultural values. And this is kind of like framing of the research that we are doing. And we're hoping that the insight that we will get through this research will help us to communicate better with land users and with policymakers why it is necessary to like upgrade the management of these areas. And I think it's quite natural that along the way we have come up with several lessons learned, and I would like to share these with you to find out if maybe this is something that you have faced in your research and practice as well, or if it's something that maybe is worth learning from. So what we have learned is that in all the different kinds of collaborations that I have listed with different kinds of stakeholders, what has proved vital for us was establishing a common understanding of what we talk about when we talk about landscapes, what we talk about when we talk about ecosystems, about bioeconomy, about ecosystem services, and to make sure that we are using the same vocabulary. And that might sound like something very natural, but it turned out that this is not natural by any means. So it took us quite a long process and quite a lot of iterations and tweaking to make sure that we are bridging all the different perspectives, not only between ourselves as researchers from different fields, but also with practitioners and with policymakers who are involved in our project. And I just wanted to share that what has been quite useful for us were multiple different kinds of materials from IPBES, from the Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform for Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services. And we have tried to use multiple materials that this platform has developed for our purposes. So for example, we have adopted the central framework of IPBES for the purpose of our project. And why that was helpful was that in that process of updating the framework collaboratively with our stakeholders and with the policymakers, we have tried to make sure that we kind of understand the larger system that we are dealing with in the same way. And we have also invested quite extensively in communication, both the internal communication with stakeholders within the project and in communication with stakeholders outside the project. So we have been preparing like a wide array of different kinds of communication materials, because as you have seen, like we are trying to collaborate with multiple different kinds of stakeholders, both within the project and outside. So we are trying to adjust the communication materials to who we are talking to right at a specific moment or in a specific activity of the project. And when it comes to the other side of the coin, there have been a few challenges that we also wanted to share. So what we found quite difficult is to kind of like keep the engagement of stakeholders and keep their motivation throughout the process, because as you see, the project takes 7 years, which is quite a long time. So it takes a lot of effort to kind of keep people motivated and keep people involved, and to help them see where the benefit of this long-term collaboration is. And because we want to involve our stakeholders in a sequence of interviews and consultations and workshops, particularly in times of COVID when people can't meet in person, really, it's been quite a challenge to secure the necessary number of iterations in the process, and to secure that all stakeholders keep involved throughout the whole time and they keep motivated. So I'm thinking that if we have time to maybe interact after the conference, it would be very interesting to hear how maybe you in your practice have been dealing with these issues. And when I put aside this perspective on sustainable landscape management and sustainable landscape governance, I want to move to one another angle, which brings me to one another project of ours that once again brings together science and practice, and once again is related to sustainable landscape governance, but this time through the perspective of scenarios of ecosystem services provision, which are based on stakeholders' values for their landscape. So let's have a look at what lessons we learned there. Just very briefly, this is one another project, this time much more small scale, that we are developing in Czechia in 4 protected areas spread around the Czech Republic. And what we are doing in these 4 areas is that we are trying to take people through a process when we are applying different kinds of state-of-the-art frameworks and approaches, and we're trying to make them think deeper about what is important for them in their landscapes, in their local protected areas, what are values they hold for the nature around them and for the society around them. And we are trying to connect this with particular actions that people implement in the landscapes, and we are trying to explore with them what are the potential futures that these actions might lead to. And finally, we are trying to find out convergences and divergences in these visions between different people and also between different scales, to see where are the things that people think similarly about sustainable governance of their landscapes, and where are maybe some divergences in how people see the necessary actions and the future. And just as an illustration, I want to illustrate what have been some of the central themes that people have identified as crucial for sustainable landscape governance from the perspective of their values and from the perspective of potential future impacts. And you can see that these are themes that are quite wide spanning from the society to the environment to the governance of the landscape. And you can see that people have been trying to kind of capture where they see the important divergences, where the future development of their landscapes could go based on their values or based on different people's values. And of course, there is a lot of qualitative and quantitative analysis going on around it, but I don't want to make things more complicated for just this brief overview. I once again want to go into the lessons learned that we have made from this project. And first, I want to have a look at lessons learned that have something to do with landscape governance, with the values that are related to it, and with potential future impacts. And later on, I want to have a look at lessons learned from the process as such. So when it comes to our lessons learned that are related to sustainable landscape governance, and once again, we believe that this is tightly related both to ecosystem services thinking and to bioeconomy thinking. We want to flag that what we found out is that people's values for the landscapes and for landscape governance are pretty much a continuous pace. People are struggling to define their values very strictly. They are struggling to put their values into classification schemes, which is very natural, and basically it just emphasizes that people's values for landscapes and for their governance are multidimensional. And when it comes to the barriers that people perceive to taking their values from just theory to practice, what we have been meeting frequently with our stakeholders is the following. People have been saying that one of the important barriers to more sustainable landscape governance that they see around them is the deep-rooted societal path dependency. It's hard to kind of start afresh with new things when things have been running in a certain way for a certain time. People see as a major obstacle a rigid decision-making system, which is kind of hard to tweak and hard to innovate. People see as a major barrier poorly designed subsidies, and once again, I think this is something that is pretty much relevant for bioeconomy. And people have been complaining about the fact that their local voices are disregarded in how at least the Czech governance system is set up. So those were the important barriers. And based on what I heard in the intriguing panel discussion before, I think that these are some things that seem pretty relevant to the systemic aspect of bioeconomy. And finally, when it comes to the process that took us through these collaborations with stakeholders, we may be asking, so what is the role of all of this in participatory decision-making towards sustainable landscape governance? And what we have identified through those projects is that what is absolutely vital in adopting more sustainable landscape governance approaches is that the solutions that we are coming up with are specific for the local context and for the local institutional setup, that it's very problematic to try to implement solutions that have been created elsewhere in different contexts, and they're like kind of like stem from different institutions. We found out that what is quite problematic is that it's a situation when the institutional setup and governance setup in a certain country or in a certain region are not welcoming participation and not welcoming participatory input or input of stakeholders. When the decision making is like very top down, it's quite hard to like motivate people and like motivate them towards participation and towards taking active part in decisions, because they can't really see the system reflecting their willingness to invest time and energy in taking part in decisions. We have noticed that in such a problematic context, it's quite hard to act as a researcher, because it's easy to kind of like, raise people's expectations high, but then necessarily disappoint them because the larger governance system isn't really prepared to take up their opinions. So it's quite, quite a difficult position for the researchers, and it's something to take into account when designing such science practice projects. We have noticed that in places where sustainable landscape governance seemed more like there seem to be more opportunities for a sustainable landscape governance. We noticed that seemed to be an interplay of bottom-up changes and top-down changes. It seemed that both like the larger scale institutional setup and people's motivations were kind of like playing into each other's cards, which is an important mechanism that I'm sure a lot of our social science colleagues in the conference recognize very well. And finally, it was apparent that power and power relations and power struggles is at the core of a lot of the barriers that we identified to more sustainable landscape governance. So once again, I'm going through these and I'm presenting these because I'm hoping that they are relevant for both the ecosystem services theme and the bioeconomy theme. And that is basically my last slide. Thanks very much for attending. I would be very happy to respond to any questions either now or after the conference on my email. And yeah, if you feel more interested, please feel free to visit some of the channels that are listed on the screen. Thanks very much.
Zuzana, thank you very much. And especially for keeping the time. It was exactly 20 minutes. Just perfect timing. I'm impressed. So thank you very much. And also thank you for very interesting contribution indeed. So now we moved to our Slovak friends, and we moved to from the Global Change Research Institute into wood and paper processing. So I welcome Tomáš Bucha, Tomáš Gergel, and Štefan Boháček from Slovakia. Welcome here. And the floor is yours, and please just try to keep it full for the allocated slot of 20 minutes. So
good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Yes. We can actually hear you, but we cannot see at the owl. It's going on here. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yes, we see the presentation, and we can also hear you. So perfect. You can start, Tomáš.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thanks. Good afternoon to everybody, and thanks for opportunity to introduce our Center of Excellence and our technology, which we are now implementing. Here is a focus of our presentation. At first, short introduction of our National Forest Center and Center of Excellence Ligno Silva. Then some basic information about bioeconomy in Slovakia, position of forest-based industry, and some conceptual remark concerning forest bioeconomy. And then my colleague Tomáš and Štefan will continue with implementing breakthrough technology related with increasing added value of wood and paper processing. So we are from Zvolen, from Central Slovakia. National Forest Center is semi-budgetary public institution managed by Ministry of Agriculture. Here you see some basic information. Our national center consists from 4 institutes. We belong to Forest Research Institute, which were established in the end of 19th century. Concerning Center of Excellence, is excellence of forest-based industry. And center connects the research capacity of National Forest Center and Pulp and Paper Research Institute in Bratislava, and with relevant business entities in wood production and processing sector, not only relevant business entities, but also we are connected with European initiatives like BioEast or platforms like Forest Technology Platform or InnovaWood, and of course with research organizations. Our partner was European Forest Institute. Here you see some basic milestones related to our Center of Excellence, how we set up our Centers of Excellence. What I would like to mention here is that, or what I would like to emphasize is maybe two aspects: to be ambitious and to be patient. You see, being ambitious means that it's necessary to go with project proposal into competition into European space or European research area, as we did in 2015. When we prepared the project under Horizon 2020, we were successful. We received, as you see, a seal of excellence. So it means that our concept of forest-based Center of Excellence of forest-based industry was appreciated by European Commission. Then we received first money for research project, but decisive moment for the center was 2018, when our Slovak research agency supported us with almost 10 million euro to reconstruct or to create infrastructure of the center. So we are now in the process of project implementation. Investment includes construction of pilot line for wood processing with the 3-dimensional computer tomography scanner. And second pilot line is related to paper and pulp and paper industry. It's upgrading of special paper pilot line for research of surface of papers and packages. Being patient means doesn't mean wait, or it means opposite. To be active on minimally on national level and create a sustainable environment for forest bioeconomy development. Here I put in the title strategic thinking, and the strategic thinking means that it's necessary to create strategic partnership, create or to prepare strategic documents, and then allocate sources which are necessary. So here you see that forest-based sector is related with pulp and paper industry traditionally, and wood and furniture industry. It was not enough. It was necessary to integrate forest-based sector with agro-food sector and create synergy with emerging sectors like biofuels, bioenergy, and textile industry. And then suddenly we see that we saw that our share on GDP is 9%. Another important number is number of employers, added value, and so on. And based on these numbers, we were able to pursue our Ministry of Finance and Ministry of Economy that all these sectors, which are surely part of bioeconomy, is priority domain. Is something what bring a benefit for our country, for our economy. And finally, we were able to define under research, innovation, and smart specialization strategy these subsectors as a domain of our economy specialization. And then, of course, sources were allocated mainly from European Structural Development Fund. So that's a strategic thinking and our active role during last 5 years. Now I step one level down to forest bioeconomy and to the framework. The objective is, I think, very similar like in other countries, to maintain the forest-based sector competitiveness. It means it's necessary to come with innovation, investment into new products and services. As I mentioned, there is a need of synergy between sectors. Forest bioeconomy, we understand as a process. We are part of global megatrends, let's say, transition of society from fossil to green economy. But what does it mean for forest-based sector? For us, it means to redefine our position in new conceptual framework. And the new conceptual framework is not only bioeconomy, it's also resilience, multifunctionality, governance, better governance. It was already mentioned in several presentations before my presentation. So we are doing this. And what I see in Slovakia, it's also some problems. That our forest-based sector is not able to seize the opportunity and to manage the process of structural change to a sector with higher added value. It's not only a question of securing resources, as I mentioned, and implementation of research and innovation projects and completion of research infrastructure. It's also a question of creation of institutional environment which is fully comparable with, let's say, EU 13 countries. I mean to concentrate critical mass of skills, mobility, incentive system for remuneration, recruitment system for top and also young researchers. Also what is necessary to prepare, to train, to support staff, and well-defined organization goals and performance parameters. My last slide is related to value change and production value change and added value. And this figure introduced Professor Lauri Hetemäki very nicely because he used his smile emoji and he connected really production value change and added value. And I put into the title the question, is there a reason for smile in forest-based sector? But I would like to say it from my point of view as a leader of Center of Excellence that I see some smile there, minimally from my point of view, because we focus to research and development in our center. We focus to design, we focus to prototyping, we focus to set up pilot production, pilot line, and that's it. That's something what create added value. As I am from research sector, so this is crucial for us. So now I would like to give a floor to my colleague, to Tomáš Gergel, who will present specific example of implementation of new technology in the wood processing industry is aimed to increase this added value in concretely in forest log backing and wood processing. So that's all from my side, and I would like to ask Tomáš to continue. Thanks.
Hello.
Yes, we can see the Tomáš. We can see the presentation and we can hear you.
Yes, and change net. Thank you, dear colleagues. Let me introduce with this presentation flagship infrastructure 3D CT scanner of wood log in more detailed way. This infrastructure is established within Center of Excellence of Forest-Based Industry, Lignosilva. I would define the purpose of scanning wood logs, such as the need, the node, volume, shape, external and internal wood defects in the introduction. And based on these, the identified features, it is consequently possible to classify into the log interquality classes. At the same time, a digital model of each piece of log will be created, which is key information of the wood processing line automation. The result is raw material volume utilization, maximization, and the reduction of production costs. This image shows the latest CT scanner of wood logs, which will be installed in the demonstration scanning line. The log passing into the scanner is illuminated by X-rays. Different values of radiation absorption determine the density of different points of the wood. The tomographic inversion algorithms displays an image of the density distribution of the scanned section. The result is a log 3D model with external and internal wood defects shown. The following animation shows the process of optimizing the log yield from the real log scan. It consists of the following steps: real log scan, defect detection, cutting plan draft, and optimization taking into the consideration of the defects and required output. The demonstration CT scanning line is under construction in the area of National Forest Center Straž. The first image shows the area, and the second image shows the visualization of the CT scan line. This slide shows the drawing documentation of the demonstration CT scan line. It is a system of surge rubber, conveyors, CT scanning unit, and chain saw. The demonstration CT scan line is following parameters: wood species, spruce, beech, oak, log length 1,500 up 10,000 millimeter, log diameter 250 up 750 millimeter, maximum throw diameter 900 millimeter. Wood following shift operation speed is maximum 5 meter per minute. Conveyor system is rubber belt. CTLog programs performs a tomographic inversion in real time and generates a complete three-dimensional log density profile with the following resolution: longitudinal direction 10 millimeter, transverse direction 2 and 2 millimeter. This infrastructure can be characterized as unique technology with great development opportunities. There are only 8 CT logs in the world. Availability of the Zvolen locality in central Slovakia. Important components of digitalization of wood processing in Slovakia in the meaning Industry 4. Possible quality certification of specialized wood logs with high quality scan of their internal structure, enabling the development and testing of algorithms for automatic detection of wood defects. More information about this project can be found on this website. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Now we give a floor to Stefan. Okay, Stefan, the floor is yours.
Yes, I am doing okay. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Let me continue the last part of this presentation. In the frame of last time of our presentation, I would like to concentrate your effort to the pulp and paper industry. What are the main challenges in this area? What is the main reason for the growth of paper industry in present time? First of all, a short introduction about our institute. Pulp and Paper Research Institute is situated in Bratislava, in the capital city of Slovakia, and on the west part of Bratislava in the Western Gate building. And the main topic I would like to concentrate your effort is the challenges of is about challenges of present time, which we would like to solve some problems arising from the current challenges. The three main challenges of our time, of present time, you can see on this slide. The first is the replacement of fossil-based packaging by paper-based, biodegradable and compostable, active and intelligent smart packaging. The second is our activities are focused to the special products based on nanofibrillated cellulose and nanocellulose. And the third research area of our center is the second generation biofuels based on lignocellulosic materials. The main problem in the first case is the seventh continent of plastic floating in the Pacific Ocean. You know, this problem is very serious, and according to the current survey, it may have an area such as Germany, France, and Spain together. It is a serious problem, and you know, the plastic production increased from 1.5 million tons per year in 1950 to over 4 million tons per year nowadays. And replacement this packaging and change this packaging to biodegradable and compostable is the huge problem, but I think it's it can be solved. Some scary examples of negative impact of non-biodegradable plastic accumulation in nature. It's crazy, and on the other hand, if we are using biodegradable and compostable packaging based on paper, cardboard, and paperboard, I don't know if such kind of packaging is thrown away in nature. It's like fallen branches or fallen leaves. soil fertility.
Last 2 minutes, I'm sorry.
Okay. Wherein the main component cellulose, which is hydrolyzed in nature to simple sugars, feed for some soil bacteria. Our main activities in response to these challenges is complementing the unique research infrastructure, building and permanent refining our research staff, optimal use of our research infrastructure to meet the requirements of the challenge, and efficient communication with industry in order to implement the research results in practice. Our laboratories are well equipped. I will go ahead. And you can see process simulation in laboratory scale. In case of paper production, we have everything in laboratory scale, every model equipment which is used in laboratory scale. And you can see we have equipment which is used in pilot plant scale. This is pilot plant paper machine. It's a universal paper machine with 3 head boxes and inline integrated sizing press. The second area is surface treatment, which we have any laboratory model equipment for these purposes, and in pilot plant scale too. And the third area is a third generation biofuel production and research in this area. And we have a very good laboratory and pilot plant equipment in these fields too. You can see on this picture our discontinuous steam explosion reactor for lignocellulosic raw material pretreatment. This is the continuous one. And this is a discontinuous reactor for hydrolysis and fermentation of pretreated lignocellulosic raw materials. And I spoke about that it is in pilot plant scale. This is a continuous steam explosion reactor, pilot plant continuous steam explosion reactor, and this is pilot plant discontinuous reactor for hydrolysis and fermentation of pretreated lignocellulosic raw materials. I think we are at the end of the fossil age, and we are in a process of transition to the sustainable and circular bioeconomy. Our publication of our research results is mainly published in Wood Research, which is our scientific journal, published since 1956. It is one of the oldest scientific journals in this area in the world. This scientific journal publication of this journal is supported with association, and you can see on this picture the members like Swiss Federal Institute of Technology, Fraunhofer Institute, many universities from Prague, from Brno, from Slovakia, from Germany, from Austria, from Croatia, from Hungary, from Slovenia, and so on, from Austria, and you can see on the next picture the Wood Research impact factor, acknowledgement, and thank you for your attention. If you have any question, I will be glad to answer. And any detailed information you can find in our website www.vupc.sk. Thank you very much for your attention.
Stefan, thank you very much, and also all the members of the Center of Excellence, Ringo Silva from Slovakia. Thank you very much for your presentation. And last but not least, we will come back Moses. Moses will come back, and we'll just hear the last presentation on the Swiss case. So the floor is yours. Sorry for keeping you wait a bit, but we are still fine on time. Let's put it this way.
No worries. Thank you.
We can hear you. We can see the presentation. Perfect.
Amazing. Great. Then let's start. So hi, yeah, my name is Moses. I'm from the startup Microbes. We do mycelium composites. What that is, I'll explain in a second. The problem we have decided to tackle, the previous presentation has gone quite in depth on, is plastic pollution, specifically pollutions through packaging and styrofoam. However, we are capable of also doing more than just styrofoam, but that is what we're focusing on. Now, the solution approach we have chosen to take is to use mycelium, which is the root system of mushrooms, or it's technically actually the main organism of the mushroom as we know it, but which makes very fine hairs. You can see in the background of this picture, which then combined with agricultural waste and food waste streams, whatever you want to use, can make a tissue that once after processing can become plastic or styrofoam similar, actually. Due to the multiple or very variable ways of fungus, we are capable of doing a variety of material properties, so we're not limited to one single application and are looking to go for many different applications. However, our focus is on packaging as of yet. It's fully biodegradable and home compostable within 3 months. That is quite obvious, as the main components is a living organism and agricultural waste. And our production method is actually completely zero waste and does not compromise on the main factors or actually benefits that plastic in these applications give you, which are shock absorbance, price, weight, and thermal insulation, as we are actually recycling waste. So we can, through this, actually keep our costs quite low. Now, I think for this conference, the most interesting part is our circular concept, a circular economy concept. We want to have a circular business model. And the way we're doing this, actually, we have discovered that mycelium, so these mushroom roots, are capable of storing liquid. So we have identified a problem with biogas plants and other livestock manufacturers, which have large amounts of liquid fertilizer. So the idea is to actually use mycelium and the waste of our products after it being used as a packaging to act as a dry storage solution for liquid fertilizer that then can be sold again into the agricultural industry as fertilizer pellets, which are on the unlike like liquid fertilizer or other chemical fertilizers, entirely eco-friendly. Now, of course, this poses a lot of challenges. We have only achieved as of yet a proof of concept that this is possible, and are now looking actually to 2 research projects. One we already have gotten, the other is still in the planning or actually in the application process, which are specifically targeted at, on the one hand, developing the substrate and the raw material sources to identify the lowest grade possible waste that we can use, which would only be burned. And on the other hand, also try to implement this circular concept. First, the plan is to go over a national scale or actually local scale, and then go to national scale. And then at the end, our vision is to be able to implement this, should we survive so long, implement this on a European scale. Now, quickly to our status as of yet, we have just managed to secure our first financing round. We are still fully in development. Our main focus is on automizing the production of mushroom mycelium. As you probably already have heard about mycelium, we're not the first using it. However, we're the first trying or actually attempting or focusing on automating the manufacturing process, which is currently the only thing preventing mycelium composites from becoming mass market viable, as currently most of the production is combined with a lot of manual labor, and thereby also making it too cost intensive to be able to apply it in markets such as packaging or insulation or construction and similar, yes. So our main focus is on developing this fully automized manufacturing process and implementing this circular business model. Now, I was pretty fast. I'll give you some small insights on the market. The packaging market is fairly attractive. Our total addressable market is 161 billion. And the competitive landscape is also pretty attractive, as especially in Europe, we're the first movers with mycelium, and are also, when compared to other mycelium companies or who use mycelium, we are the only ones that only focus on the implementation of a mass market viable product. The majority of other companies using mycelium are focusing on actually doing a lot of research, doing a lot of licensing, and which is obviously great, don't get me wrong. However, we have decided to actually try and only focus on this aspect, giving us also this edge. Furthermore, this sustainable solution, actually, we have managed to develop it in a fashion that it can completely seamlessly replace current solutions. So you don't have to change your machines when you're switching from styrofoam to our solution. Of course, not in every application, but in the majority of them. And of course, it's sustainable. So these are like our major competitive advantages in comparison to the others. We are founded by 2 years ago, actually, through these three gentlemen here. They're two very good friends of mine. And we started this project pretty much directly after high school, and currently are now looking forward to go to the next development steps. So our roadmap currently is looking that we are going to be having our first showcase facility in around 2.5 years. After that, we will be going into the next larger financing round to go for an industrial prototype with our strategic partners, which we currently already could actually acquire 2. Of course, we are very young, so we need advice. We have a quite extensive advisory board. This is just the main players on it, and also are supported by a multitude of consultants, support programs, and such as the Impact Hub or other accelerator and incubator programs to obviously mitigate this lack of experience. Now, up until now, we actually could also get quite some nice publicity, but much more importantly, we could gain the support of 2 applied sciences universities here in Switzerland, as well as the support of InnoSwiss, which is a state or half public institution that supports innovation. And the plan is to develop with these 2 universities and the financial support of the government, develop the showcase facility, yes. So actually, as a quick ask, if anybody here would be interested, we are looking for partners which are interested in participating in this project. The idea is that we would develop a packaging solution together and try to implement the circularity model together, and this way be able to find the best place to start and continue our journey once our manufacturing process is fully viable, and make the biggest impact possible. Yes, thank you for your time.
Moses, thank you very much for the presentation, for inspiring presentation, and also for the offer for other people to participate. And as I can look at the time, we are just on time. As I promised, I would like to finish this conference at 3 o'clock. So I have 2 more minutes to thank all of you for participating. We still have 85 participants in the conference, so I think it's a great achievement. So first of all, thank you very much, all the presenters, for being with us, presenting and sharing your views and experience with the subject bioeconomy and circular economy. So that's the first. The second, I would like to thank you all the participants who actually have survived with us till the very end, and also those who at least have watched some of the blocks. You would be able to watch everything afterwards because we have a video published as on the website, so everything will be available to you as well as the presentations. So that's great. And the third, which is also important, I would like to thank the organizers for organizing this event, and the 2, actually the ladies who are behind that, and mainly I would like to thank to Hanna Šprtová, who has been organizing all this event and doing her best, and the technically who has supported this conference was Radka Pitnerová. So thank you, both of you, to whoever you are, is Olomouc, Brno, Liberec, or whenever. So thank you very much, and I think we have done a great job. Everything was, we could see, we could hear, no major technical problems, and I think this is an excellent. So I wish you all, you stay healthy. I mean, take care of yourself, do not get infected, just keep a positive mind and negative COVID, actually. So I'm also going to be tested in half an hour or 1 hour, so I hope everything will be okay. So thank you very much, and I hope to see you. Good luck with everything you do. We will try to bring closer circular economy and a bioeconomy in our everyday lives, and we will start, some of us today, some of us tomorrow. And have a nice rest of the day, and good luck, all the best, and see you somewhere, probably, hopefully, in the future, also in present time, whenever Switzerland, Geneva, it doesn't matter, Slovakia, Zvolen, Liberec, Prague, wherever we would like to travel. So thank you very much and all the best. Goodbye.